What's going on, guys? Drask here. Today we're back with Today we're back with the Seventh Astral Era in Final Fantasy XIV. Our plan is going to be to eventually get to Heavensward. I believe we have one, maybe two streams in order to actually get over to that content. Without further ado, let's get back into the main action here. Alright, what do you got, Mr. H?
Your return is most timely. Of their own accord, my thoughts had turned to your task and the progress thereof. I confess, my imaginings tended toward the grim and bloody. But you are here now, and I suspect such frivolous wonderings do little justice to the reality of your travails. Tell me, what did you learn of Iceheart?
I learned that it was insane.
Indeed. And this transpired at Snowcloak?
It did, indeed.
Of all the highlands, that towering wall has borne the worst of the region's brutal shift in climate. So inhospitable has Snowcloak become that we have still to survey the area in its entirety. Could its frozen heights conceal the heretics' hideaway? Mayhap a more robust reconnaissance effort is in order. Putting such considerations aside for the moment, we still know far too little of this Iceheart. That she is capable of commanding such a band of fanatics bespeaks natural authority, and no small measure of charisma. As much as I would like to fathom this mystery with you, the situation has grown beyond my personal purview. I am bound by duty to inform the Temple Knights and request that they bring this matter to its conclusion. Given the glowing reports the new commander has garnered thus far, I am certain that they can be relied upon to take appropriate action. Though Iceheart's true identity yet eludes us, you have provided us with a point from which to begin. Sometimes it takes but a single stone to prompt an avalanche. On the matter of the stolen provisions, I have already made arrangements for a second shipment to be sent to Revenant's Toll. I could not well allow such an honorable venture to be undermined by one miserable setback.
Alright, so what were you saying, Nico?
Said that you might hit Heavensward. No.
Why do you think that?
You should be like very close to it.
And I think you might have got mixed up in some of the lore, though. The Seventh Astral Era begins as soon as the main story finishes.
Yeah, but after Seventh Astral Era, it's Heavensward main scenario quest.
Yeah, but the Seventh Astral Era is very long.
No, it's not. It's not that long.
According to everybody else, it's very long.
No, it's not. It's like...
There's 180 quests.
Yeah, how many have you done already?
I have no clue. Yeah, I just keep doing it and Cretaceous. Tis good to see you return to the Toll. How'd you fare in the Frozen? How's Fortempses to send us a second shipment? Bless and thanks to Lord Hoppront for this continued generosity. Yet even as our town grows in prosperity, I fear it will attract even greater numbers to those who would do us harm in the name of greed and power. All of us, Alfnod's new recruits included, must remain vigilant against such threats. Oh god, what? Earth? I mean, that one looks the coolest. Alright, fine, try out what? What on earth is it? Is that a butterfly mask? I thought there was going to be one on each side. All right, so hold on. What do we got for this one? Oh, okay, I tried the wrong one on. That's fine. Yep. Decision's made. We'll go with that one. Upwards news on the progress on the inaugural ceremony. While you were away in Quirthras, preparations for the inaugural ceremony were all completed, although Tasharu does yet seem somewhat flustered. I've taken enough time. Why don't you head into the Rising Stone and see if your frantic receptionist could do you a hand? Alright, so let's see here. So you... Alright, Nico. How do I stop tracking all these random side quests and track like the main quests line again?
You just click on the sides on all of them. The little checkbook.
Alright, so you have to like search through all the words though to find the main story quest, or... I know how to untrack the quest, but I'm trying to figure out how to actually... I don't know. We're good now. It's back there. We're fine.
So you have like 40 quests.
I know.
Heavensward mentioned on it.
40?
Yeah, around 40. I lost track when you started talking.
These parchments need to be sorted. These documents, why are they even here? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm tempted to file a lot in the waste paper basket. Ah, Cretaceous, you startled me. You wish to lend a hand, splendid. Would you be a dear and hand these uniforms to the new recruits? They're scattered about to Ravenstoll, and I haven't the time to track them all down. The recruits know to don their garb immediately and assemble here in the Rising Stones. You'll want to report directly back to Alfnod if you don't wish to miss the ceremony. What if the Scions will ever have a matching uniform? A Wolf-Hunter organization is a well-dressed organization, I suppose. We saved the world, and now we're delivering uniforms.
Oh, you're over that there.
Who to what?
You're over in that area now.
Yeah, I am, yes.
It's fine.
Also not the one I need to deliver to. I'm going to go off the assumption it's through the door. You there. Those who believe this company will see no riches are short-sighted fools. The ones giving oneself tis an investment in the future, thus did I sign my name to the cause. Perfect! You're the first one on our list. These uniforms are splendid! Once our organization has made a name for itself, there shall be a wealth of plenty, and selling replica costumes to the adoring masses. Let's see, so it looks like they're going to be up top. Thought it's best to mimic my fellows here, but I admit I have no idea what we're supposed to be doing. Aha! Our new uniforms. I am reminded my introduction into the Wood Whalers. Scarlet's garb makes me a proud member of the Maelstrom and a hearty defender of Limalo Minsa. Yet in truth, I stand for the betterment of the realm. Thought this company a fine opportunity to contribute on a grander scale. Oh, now that's a striking shade of blue. Alongside my Maelstrom uniform, my wardrobe will certainly not lack of color. Is that what the nightmare looks like? This one?
What? No, that's not nightmare. Well, so there's 7 horses. When you have all 7, you get a quest where you get this one.
Oh. Little Amigo could learn much from Revenant's Toll. This town could be so alive in the midst of such desolation. I've never worn Osh quite so voluminous. Well, I'm sure I'll grow accommodated to the extra cloth in time. Alright, so let's see here. Cretaceous! Gods, I did not expect to meet you strolling around town. The tales of your primal battles were what inspired me to the Revenant's Toll. Well, fantastic. You're welcome to come aboard. It is an honor to receive a new uniform from your hands. I shall wear it with pride. Okay, you do that, Mr. Recruit. So I need to get the nightmare to get that horse, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Now, how many of the horses do you have?
I don't believe we met. I am Ilberd, and I will have the honor of leading my fellow recruits as captain. Much should I lose to the Calamity, and I look forward to aiding others in rebuilding their lives. The uniforms are a shrewd decision, and there is no easier method of creating a common bond among what it is, essentially a brand of strangers. I believe I have all but the nightmare, and apparently that one. Let's see here. I lied. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Said there's 8 total?
Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 7. It's this one, so 8, yeah.
Well, I got all the ones that I have physically unlocked so far, so the rest must be like further along in the storyline. So I guess that means I have 3 more trials before we get to the Heavensward. I'm pretty sure the horses are all part of the Astral Era. Isildur has had to last retired from the adventurer's life, though I shall miss his wisdom and irrespectable spite. I am decided to forge my own path forwards. Yes, the uniform, thank you. Truth be told, the thought of pledging myself to such a lofty organization is somewhat intimidating. Hey, you were there, mister. Hello there, lad. Looking for me, was ye? So just giving a whistle, but I'm not sure I'd hear it amongst all the bustle. Oh, proper uniforms and all. This thing'll cut off the blood to my head. Not to worry though, I'm sure she'll be fine after making a few adjustments. I might be a little bit further along than you were thinking, Nico. Or, less further along than you were thinking, sorry.
No, it's around 40 quests. But what's the trial that you have? The last trial that you unlocked?
Let's see here. My last extreme was the Horror Leader.
Okay, so you have the striking tree and the off, whatever as well that you need to unlock.
Oh, the striking tree has an extreme?
Yeah. And then there's one that you don't have yet.
That's weird, because the ranger didn't have a quest for me. So I was trying to think of the name. Yes, Cretaceous. Tataru mentioned you were heading out to the new uniforms. I assume you've now met the rest of the recruits. Some few answered the calls to arms I put forth through the established grand companies and such. We are not yet an army, but there is a much small course of elite warriors can achieve. Did I mention I thought of a name of the company? 'Tis my hope that it soon shall be known across the breadth of Eorzea. The moment of truth draws near, Cretaceous. Once the last of the recruits have gathered, I shall make the official announcement.
Comrades, your presence here this day signifies the momentous choice that each of you has made. With your strength now pledged to the scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are beholden to no single nation. You stand as the vanguard for a united Eorzea. From this moment forth, I declare you Crystal Braves. Let us mend this fractured realm and face our enemies as one. Whether it be the Beastmen and their primals, or the conflict in Carteneau, it is plain that the nations of Eorzea cannot solve the problems which plague the realm. Thus does it fall to some few heroic souls to succeed where they have failed. Come, take your place at the Scion's side as guardians of Eorzea, and together we shall fight for the freedom of all! For the freedom of all!
A rousing speech, Alphino. Or should I say, Crystal Brave Commander Leveilleur?
Please, Antecedent. The title is honorary. I shall not be leading the troops into battle, as it were. We are of the same purpose. Let us join hands and do what must be done to save this land.
The Scions stand ready. I'm eager to see what the Crystal Braves might accomplish. This shall prove an interesting time indeed for the Scions. Yes, I'm listening. So our worst fears are confirmed. The entire Isle. Such power defies comprehension. Truly? Kryl is alive? Thank the 12. I see. Pray, inform me if her condition changes. Yes, I shall pass on your words to Eorzea. My thanks. I shall contact you anon. When I learned of the loss of the Isle of Val, I dared not hope that my friend had survived. Yet, by some miracle, it would seem she has. She's still to regain consciousness, it is true, but better that than death. Putting this happy news to one side, we must now endeavor to make sense of the readings taken by the survey party. It appears the etheric disturbance which accompanied the Isle's destruction is of a magnitude alarmingly close to that of Ultima. Could the Ascians be responsible for this devastation as well? I wonder, have you heard aught from the Mother Crystal since the battle with the Garleans? Then she speaks to neither one of us. Heidelind's silence portends naught but ill, I fear. Louisoix, I pray you yet watch over us.
Let's see here. What we got? Alright, it's the same weird mask that I passed up last time. Crown, and then a random top hat out of for no reason other than the fact that he's a wizard. Which one would you go with, Nico? Top hat, a crown, or an eagle thing?
Top hat, probably.
And top hat it is. Very good. See that the provisions are prepared for transport. Let us hope that this shipment is spared the fate of the last. The winds are uncommon fierce this day. I'm confused with what's happening. I remember you. Transcend me, I cannot shake a creeping sense of dark foreboding, but it avails us not to fret about the unknown. We must concentrate instead of the problems of the present. The problems have been relatively quiet of late, but the beast tribes who summon them are under constant surveillance by the grand companies. Should any suspicious activities be afoot, you may be certain that we will hear of it. And until such time, permanent solution to the primal's problem has been found, we can only do but little wait and observe. As for the Astian's Ranger is wholly dedicated to finding a means by which we defeat the Dark Beings, let us pray for good tidings on that front. But all of this you knew already. Let us speak of more certain matters, in particular the state of the Crystal Braves. Alfnot did well to found the organization, but ensuring its smooth operations is another matter entirely. Though I do not know that he is doing his best, I felt that his helping hand or two would not go astray. To this end, I offer you to send one of the Archons to assist him. But he declined. You know that he can be independent to a fault and silly loath to accept help. Save, of course, when the help comes from you. Alfnot has entrusted countless matters of importance to your care in the past, and I believe he would not hesitate to do so again, were you to offer. I should be most grateful if you would go with him and support him in whatever manner you are able. Oh, Nico. Well, actually, hello, Trevos. But Nico, did you know they have deep sea fishing in this?
No, I did not.
Or you can catch the boat.
Yeah, you have to like book it and hope that there's spots available. And the Australian servers, obviously, it was always available. You just have to wait 15 extra minutes. Oh, there's Thancred. What is it, Cretaceous? And do be conscious, I am rather busy. You would lend a hand, you say? I see. Well, now you mention it, there is a matter that wants further attention. Given its sensitive nature, I was hesitant to entrust it to my braves, but the demand upon my time was such that I had a little choice. Which is not to say that my band want for labor. Though we are but newly formed, there is already a great demand for our services. We are hard-pressed to answer all petitions, but I digress. The fact is, I would sooner attend to this particular matter myself. My presence is required elsewhere. That being the case, I have entrusted its resolution to my second-in-command, Captain Ilbert. Tell him that I sent you, and he will furnish you with the particulars. My thanks in advance, Cretaceous. Alright, Nikos, what do you think the odds are that I unlock the next primal trial?
Hail to you, sire. How might
Hello.
we serve you?
We're here for world domination.
Commander Leveilleur bade you serve us?
Yes.
These are welcome tidings indeed. Given the sensitive nature of the task, I could not rely on one of my own. That which I'm about to tell you, I tell you in the strictest confidence.
Go on.
Some days ago, we received certain documents from an anonymous source. They notified us of the presence of a Garlean agent within the ranks of one of the grand companies. Following some discreet inquiries, we identified a suspect among the Immortal Flames, whom we detained for questioning. Alas, the man was not our agent. He was but one of many men in the agent's employ. We pressed the traitor for a name, but he had none to give. He claims never to have met his master, whom he knows only as the Ivy. He was, however, certain that this Ivy had coiled itself around every part of the Immortal Flames. It would seem our quarry joined the company some time ago, and gradually recruited others to his cause.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Are you implying that we're part of this Ivy person?
These conspirators are the vines by which he learns our secrets, all without exposing himself. It won't be easy to identify the Ivy amidst this tangled mass of subterfuge, but we have a tendril in our hands, and we shall follow it all the way to the gnarled root. Now, much as I would prefer to proceed with due discretion, circumstances demand that this matter be settled post-haste. Garlemald's War of Succession nears its end, and it is feared that the Empire will soon resume its march on Eorzea. When it does, we can ill afford to have traitors in our midst. The Ivy must be rooted out now. We must begin by apprising General Roban of our findings. I would ask that you accompany me to the Hall of Flames and remain on hand to see that things go smoothly. Assuming
He's not gonna do
the Ivy's
nothing to ya.
tendrils are as widespread as we believe, he will be aware that an investigation is underway, and if that is the case, he may well move against us. We must be prepared for anything, while taking care not to betray our purpose by seeming prepared. A simple enough task for a one-man army like you.
Alright, so I gotta go to Ulda anyway, so I'll stop by the Vesper base, see if I have that next trial. I didn't realize I had so many horses to go.
Yeah, you got the few. But Nightmare should be easy to get, since you get it from either Ifrit or Howling Eye.
I just want you to know you're the only person this entire game that says it's easy to get.
It is easy to get. You do it on sync. It's easy.
I mean, I understand the do it on synced part, but just so you know, out of all the people that we play with, you're the only one who thinks that one's easy. Yeah, your ranger still has nothing for me. Although
People might think it's hard because of the RNG.
that's the problem.
Mine, critically.
Of course you did. You sit there and have a leprechaun that you shake upside down, and they drop all the luck on your lap. I know how this works. I've played games with you.
Yeah, so for me, personally, it was easy.
Well, well, what brings you here, my friend?
Well, we're on strict business, unfortunately. There's a traitor in the mix.
He is here at my behest. Greetings, Roban. It has been a while.
Hilbert, you old scoundrel. When they told me you'd be visiting, I scarce believed my ears. But look at you! The honored captain of the Crystal Bloody Braves. Who'd have imagined, eh?
Not many, but fewer still would have imagined your destiny lay in politics, old friend.
Aye, we've both come far, have we not? Lest you wonder, Hilbert and I go back a long way. We've been friends and rivals since we were lads. The last time we saw each other, Alamigo had just fallen, so you can guess how many summers it's been. And in all that time, not a word from the fool.
Ah, well, my dealings tended toward the modest and mundane, unlike some I could mention. As I hear it, no sooner did you reach Thanalan than the brass blades clapped you in irons and dragged you off to die on the blood sands. Being a stubborn sort, you won 1,000 matches and earned yourself a place in the people's hearts while you were about it. Then, with your mountain of prize money, you bought the Colosseum and secured a seat on the Syndicate. Those balls, brother! Rags to riches does not do it justice. You're a hero to the common man.
Bah, spare me. I'm no hero. If anyone is worthy of that title, it's our friend here. Next to him, I'm little more than a glorified butcher. But you, Wilbert, you sell yourself short. By all accounts, you are an adventurer of some standing.
I like to think that I did my part for the greater good. But if you're no hero, then I'm no adventurer, not in this company. Anyway. I have tidings.
So there has been progress. I've let it be known that this meeting is a reunion between old friends. None will give your visit a second thought. To convene elsewhere would only attract attention. Let us speak here, in plain view of all. So it is we who have been compromised. Teleji Adeleji's machinations have shaken Uldar to her foundations. In such uncertain times, A man's loyalty may be bought for a fistful of gil. But if this snake has truly been in our midst for as long as you say, we must needs consider a far graver possibility. Conspiracy. Could it be that the Monitorists have been in league with the Empire from the first? Very well. I will have my most trusted men investigate the matter. Continue your inquiries in the meantime. It does me well to see you again, old friend. When next we meet, let it be over a flagon of ale.
I look forward to it. Let us reminisce of bygone days, and drink to the future of our homeland. Flame General. You wear the mantle well, old friend. I must work hard if I'm to keep up. Well, it would seem your services were not required after all. I dare say we have Roban's prudence to thank for that. Still, I was glad of your presence. My thanks, Scion.
Let's see here. Yeah, I mean, I guess these? Hey, yeah, we're good. So this Ironworks gear, Nico, it's basically gonna last me all the way till Heavensward, right?
Oh, yeah.
They actually labeled the mission back and forth. Let me run over here and grab it real quick. I was going to buy some armor repairs, but I guess 50% is fine. So yeah, I know that you're a super huge fan of the trading roles, Nico, but I will say earlier, the Deep Sea Expedition, you get a ton of XP, and you could probably level that one up super fast compared to the rest.
Oh.
Rod for the Ivy begins, earnest Scion. Suffice to say, we must tread warily, but one misstep may well cost us our lives. Our business here is to conclude it for the time being. Let us return to the Rising Sun and report to Commander Lever. Now we can run down this trip. It's definitely a totally different world when you have it completely populated. By the way, Nico, do you have housing available in your district?
I have no idea. I haven't looked.
Supposed to be looking. This dude's Lala is called the Potato Planter. I was not expecting that name. A little bit further down.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
At least he would still be on an NA server. This person looks kind of cool. Like whatever weapon they got. Does that be for bow and arrow? I don't see the bow though. Yeah, so when I was doing my giant long roll trading list, turns out that you need the fisher to get the fish oil, Then you also need toad, leather, and everything else. So then you also have to get a leatherworks, and to make the fish oil, you need the fish. And then on top of that, you need another roll to melt the fish into fish oil. But I guess apparently you need an alchemy roll as well. Alpnod, how you been? It's been so long since we've seen you. Return from Ulda, Commander. And not a moment too soon, something has happened. Trouble? You will recall that the fourth was tanked with reconnoitering that rendezvous site used by the Ivy Minion and his Imperial contacts. Soon after you left, we received word that the unit was ambushed en route to its destination. What damns it? According to the reports, one of ours has taken captive, and the Guardians are not want to treat their foreman with dignity, and I have grave fears for her safety. We must dispatch a rescue party at once. Recall those braves who were afield. Beg your pardon, Commander, but we have not the time. It is your adventure that we need. An ill-prepared rescue party will only serve to provide the Guardians with more captives. Yet time is of the essence. Simply put, you are the best chance we have. Captain Ilbert has the right of it. I trust you are willing, but of course you are. Now, a lane of the fourth lies in wait in the triangle, near the entrance to the Castrum Sentry. Seek her out and she will appraise you of the situation. Alright, so let's see. Back and forth. Speak with the lane in the Okay, so it's still kind of close to here. You said you're looking up to see where the next trial is? I'm sure I'll bump into it eventually.
No, I'm looking up to do this trial that I'm trying to do.
Oh. Are you in, Dawn Trail?
No, it's Stormblood trial.
Oh, I thought you did all those.
No, I have done some of them. Yeah.
We'd have us aid in the rescue mission. We're in your jet, warrior of light. Now time is against us. So allow me to brief you on the situation. The Guardians fell upon us without warning, wounding poor Relsh and hauling her away to the cache from yonder. Outnumbered as we were, it was all we had to do to flee and regroup. Even as we speak, the Guardians may be interrogating, Rash or worse. With her hurts, I fear she will not survive their intentions. We must rescue her without delay. Our order may yet be in infancy, but the bond it binds us is strong as mithril. None of us will stand by while a comrade suffers. We, the remnants of the Fourth, will infiltrate the Castrum Sentry. Please help us find Resh before it's too late. At ease. Alright, so go to a place, kill them all. Can we do that? I assume it's going to be right here. What? Who? You try to trick us? Hello, Ash. How are you doing tonight? Let's see, so cast those. You guys, that's all we had to fight? Where am I? Resh, thank the gods we found you! And thank you, Warrior of Light. Now, to quit this accursed place, Resh cannot move with his wounds. She will need to be carried out, and I believe a diversion is in order. Might we trouble you to provide one? Given your reputation, I suspect the Guardians will only be way too happy to grant you their undivided attention. If you wish to create a commotion with the castrum, we should be able to steal away unnoticed. Let us begin once we're safely outside the walls. Oh, you play Stellaris too! I was talking about that game not too long ago. What do you think about that game, Ash? Is it fun? Alright, specific locations, I assume. We would probably just kill this big robot? Seems to be a, you know, big distraction. Robot missing. I've always enjoyed it. It's a good game to just sit and play for a few hours. Really? We got our butt kicked on turn 9 yesterday. Time to take a break though. Too hard to not use the preventive builds until they're fixed.
Are out there all over YouTube now. I stumbled upon them, so it's my fault. Where if you follow a certain element style and build it right trade, there has a compounding percentage bonus to like all your resource income and resource income, and you get certain bonuses in government methods. Trade and all that, so, and then it all multiplies on top of it. For example, one of the ones where they're working actively to put out a hot fix as soon as they out. It's called cybernetic leadership or something like that. And what happens is if all of your populations on your planets enforcers, those enforcers boost your resource income by 5%. Then in turn makes more population, which in turn boosts. It's like a everyday thing. More and more percentage. It's just holding out of control.
You just happen to find the video without looking for it.
I was looking for a build that involved massive science and some resources, and that popped up. Obviously, I mean, I guess it technically does fill the niche, but
Ash says he just plays it for fun.
I always have fun with art. I could teach this and right into what I want, you know, right into something that just if I equipped it, I could Galaxy Dominant.
No, I heard there's a game for you. You can go help snipe or plant some corn. They have an esport league.
How does playing farm sim
Because it can help take over the agriculture market.
how does
There you go.
how does playing farm sim the 4-time 300th edition have anything to do with it?
I have awaited your return, most anxious, my friend. You have done us a great service indeed. Thank you for your aid, Comrade Rash is safe. We have suffered no casualties. Words cannot well express my gratitude. And all that is left to report the mission's success is to Commander Lever. I shall go ahead on the Rising Stone.
It was on sale for true prices should be all the exact same as the last Rising Stone.
I'll just mess with you.
Might consider it.
I will say the one thing that Solaris is really cool about that Primal was telling me is you can actually, like, if one person owns the DLCs, they would join some, can also play the DLCs with them. It's pretty cool of them.
The last playthrough I made and got boring after a little bit was I decided to do a biomass civilization where I basically made a Leviathan, and the goal is to become the biggest menace thing in the universe. I've got this Leviathan that's got 300.
It does me well to see that thus returned, though I doubt not to prowess. Entering an enemy stronghold is generally considered to be a risky venture, and I must confess that having been a trifle anxious. But here you are, hale and whole, having success in your mission as it you won't. Unless you wonder, the woman you rescued is being cared for by the Domans. Thanks for their expert demonstrations. The danger is past. You have my gratitude, Cretaceous. Allow me to thank you so much. Thank you also, Scion. Resh owes you her life. We escaped minimal casualties this time, but we can't ill afford to be caught off guard again. The Empire is not opposed to be grappled with. As you say, Commander. I'll see to it that my men keep their wits about them. It may yet take time, but I will not rest until we have identified and apprehended the Ivy. I have every confidence that you will succeed, Captain. As for you, Cretaceous, I realize you have scared caught your breath, but I'm afraid that there is no rest for the weary. I require that you accompany me to the Quarthras. Being granted an audience with the Ishgardian dignity you see, and the man expressly requested your presence. Oh, do not look so surprised. You are familiar with the trappings of the fame by now. We shall depart as soon as you are ready. I'll just take the coin this time. We've been blessed with a rare opportunity, Cretaceous, an audience with the Ambassador of the Holy See of Ishgard. We are to treat with Sir Amiric, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights in the Camp Dragonhead. It's considered a great honor to serve Holy See directly as a Temple Knight. Needless to say, the leader wields tremendous political influence. We would be wise to court his favor. For that reason, I consider your attendance essential. If Sir Amiric wishes you to meet the man behind the legend, I will not deny him the pleasure of your company. The Antecedent should see the wisdom of this plan. You request her permission to accompany me to Quarthras. Mayhaps you feel this to be a waste of your talents, which could doubtlessly be put to nobler use. If so, I would remind you that there is more good accomplished with a stroke of a pen than a thrust of a sword. Oh, this is definitely a waste of my time. Why do I gotta meet everybody? They just hear about the legend and it'll be a myth. So what are you trying to get, Nico? A new dragon mount or something?
No, it's a wolf mount.
Meeting with the Ishgardian ambassador, by all means. I think it's a wonderful idea. We have received no reports of aetheric disturbances of unusual beast tribe activity of late. If Abnott believes your presence may help him secure more favorable terms, I see no reason to deny him. Incident. I take it Cretaceous has explained the situation. He has. Yet welcome though the overtures are, I cannot help but to wonder what prompted them. The Ishgardians have spurred all contact with the other city-states for decades. Why reach out now? With that I knew. The question that motivates is one to which I have given no small amount of thought. Alas, I know more than is generally known. The notoriously reclusive nation of Ishgard, situated in the center of the Abithia Spite. Ruled by the Ishgardian Orthodox Church, the head of which presides the Archbishop. Members of the original Azorian Alliance, formed in the wake of the Alamingo fall some 2 decades ago. Friends of Convenience, who withdrew from the Alliance as soon as the Imperial fleet was routed at the Battle of the Silverchair Skies. Since which time, their borders have remained closed to all outsiders. They have rejected every one of their former allies' calls to reopen dialogue, turning to deaf ears to the neighbors' pleas, even when the calamity loomed large. And on the fields of Carthanal, in which were brave-banded women laid down their lives in defense of the realm, their banners were conspicuously absent. I've tried to convince Ishgardian to join the Alliance at every opportunity. I've explained over and over again that unless Azora stands united, we cannot hope to preserve our freedom. One by one, our nations will fall, as once fell Almingo. What have mine efforts yielded, and why not? Surely this can be considered a step in the right direction. I should hope so. Rather than the lowly messengers we have fobbed off in the past, this time we shall meet with a man of genuine influence. Of course, I'm not so naive to think that they come to us out of the goodness of their hearts. We have something they desire, though I have yet to find out what. But such is the nature of diplomacy, they will bring their agenda to the negotiation table, so will I, along with a handful of incontrovertible truths. The Empire will soon be at the doorstep once more? Indeed. You may be assured I will expound upon this point and others. Let us depart for Camp Dragonhead. Cretaceous, our old friend Lord Hopperont, is expecting us. It's a request to recover Enterprise. I understand you have further integrated yourself with the man. Excellent work. His fondness may prove useful to our cause. How's it going tonight, Elite? I see you cashed in a lot of your points. Alright, so we need to go back to Dragonhead. Let's try Vesper Bay one more time. Are you sure that there's eventually going to be a stream trial, Nico? For the Zeus guy?
For the who?
The big beard. Yeah, the big beard dude. You're here.
Yeah. There's an extreme for the.
There's one thing that I wish the game would do a little bit better of. They don't ever actually tell you when you're like at a point to where you can unlock the extreme. So unless you look it up, you just have to keep coming back and checking every now and then. I think I gotta be getting close though. Because it keeps showing me like flashbacks to the castle. And I didn't realize that the old man actually owned like his own army. So I think that's just a bigger version of him for the primal. So if that's the case, I should be getting near it. Ah, Cretaceous, ever a welcome sight. Our hearths have been stoked to blazing for preparations on your arrival. Do not do so such a distinguished personage to catch a cold while enjoying our hospitality. The gesture is much appreciated. I fear I shall ever struggle in the cold times. Good Master Alfnod, an honor as always. Likewise, Lord Hofront, forgive us yet another imposition. I fear we have relied overmuch on your aid since you so generously assisted us locating the Enterprise. Nonsense! Any doubts incurred have been long since repaid. Besides, who can say what the future may bring? House Fortemps may even seek the aid of your newly formed Crystal Braves. In any case, it's simply a delight that the Holy See is a last willing to grant you an audience. No doubt your discoveries at Snowcloak helped to justify the decision. This recent resurgence in heretical activity is a grave concern to all of us. But to no matter the hand, Sir Amic arrived in Camp Dragonhead earlier, and I am told he is eager to meet up with you at your first convenience. You are doubtless weary of your journey and desirous to rest for a while by the warmth of our hearth. If you are willing to forego such comforts, pray inform the knight stationed outside the intercessory. He will grant you entrance and send word to the other attendees. An invitation as your hearth sounds, as inviting as your hearth sounds, I think it would be best we proceed with the intercessory forthwith. Let's see here. Knight. Guess they're on the other side. We've been expecting you, sir. Pray take your ease inside, and I shall summon with others.
Have faith, my friend. You need only state your case with confidence and clarity.
Commander Leveilleur, it is both an honor and a pleasure to meet you. I am Emmerich, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights.
Alphino Leveilleur, at your service. Your reputation precedes you, Sir Emmerich. I think we will find that we have much in common.
Speaking of reputations, yours towers over us all. Does it not?
It does indeed, Lord Commander.
I am not too proud to admit that I have followed your activities with an interest bordering on fascination. Full glad was I to learn that you would be joining us. Now then, shall we begin?
We know full well that the Garleans will return in force ere long. What is more, we have yet to achieve a lasting victory over the primal menace. The beast tribes continue to summon their gods, and each incarnation is stronger than the last. Ishgard is not immune to these threats. I must reiterate that it would behoove your nation to rejoin the Eorzean alliance.
Once again, I must respectfully disagree.
On what grounds?
Despite their presence in Kurthus, the Ixal do not concern us. Their territorial claims pertain to Gridanian lands, and it is the people of Gridania whom they harry. Consequently, the Holy See judges this to be a Gridanian affair, and Ishgard does not intervene in the internal affairs of other nations. Even were that not the case, our forces are wholly committed to the Dravanian conflict. We have not the knights to spare. As for the Garleans, we are not ignorant of history. We have observed the rise and expansion of the Empire, and we agree that it is only a matter of time before they resume their campaign in Eorzea.
Then surely it would be in our best interests to present a united front.
Mayhap one day, but not yet. Gaius van Belsar is dead, and the legion of conscripts he left behind lacks the will to fight. We think it highly unlikely that they will emerge from behind the walls of their castra for some time.
Forgive me, but if Ishgard's position has not changed, why did you agree to this meeting?
It was not only as a representative of Ishgard that I came here.
Pardon?
It is not within my power to change Ishgardian policy, regardless of my personal feelings. There is, however, one area in which I may exert a measure of influence. Concerns have been raised over the supplies House Fortin has offered to Revenant's Toll. These have led to calls for restrictions on the provision of aid to foreign powers. I can ensure that the shipments continue unabated.
Sir Amaric, we would be in your debt.
No, you would not, for I require something in exchange. Of late, there has been a flurry of Dravanian activity, the purpose of which was not immediately clear. However, our astrologians have since observed alarming changes in the heavens. The dragon star waxes unnaturally bright, and there are whispers that it portends the resurrection of Midgard-Sorma.
The fallen guardian of Silvertear Falls? That's absurd.
Full many times have I gazed upon the dragon's corpse still wound around the Agrius, and wondered how different our world might be if it yet lived to plague the skies. I do not know, and I do not wish to know, nor does any son of Ishgard. Yet the mere presence of Dravanian forces is not sufficient grounds to send knights to Mordona, whatever our astrologians say. As I told you before, we have not the forces to spare.
But we do. So you will intervene on our behalf if we agree to watch over the Keeper of the Lake.
Do you accept these terms?
I do. I will see that you are kept abreast of any developments. I regret that we could not come to a similar agreement on other matters, but I understand that you are not at liberty to make such decisions. Nevertheless, I hope that what we have accomplished here today will serve to demonstrate to your countrymen that we can work together towards a common goal. Mayhap one day we shall look back on this moment as the first step towards a united Eorzea.
Mayhap we shall, Commander.
What is the meaning of this?
The caravan, my lord. It's been attacked. It was Iceheart, my lord.
What? By the Fury! All our precautions were for naught?
Probably go with coin yet again, because the rest of that looks relatively basic. Just when we're starting to make progress. And to make matters worse, the caravan they spoke of was bound for a Revenant's Toll of all places. Honestly, were I so inclined, I should think that the gods were conspiring against us. Happily, however, I am not. I would know more of the attack. Let us speak to Lord Hoffront and find out what he has learned. Alright, so it's just a matter of running back over here. What do you got for us? Sorry. You. Sincerest apologies for the interruptions, my friend, but the situation was such that we must act swiftly. Would be so kind to us to elaborate. Ice-heart heretics fell upon the caravan bound for Revenant's Toll as it was passing through the Boulder's Domes. It was an ambush, swift and ruthless. In an instant, every knight was slain. Ever great seas, and then quickly as they had appeared, they were gone. Would be an impossible feat without knowledge of the route, knowledge to which only a select few are privy, I presume. Right. We can pursue that avenue of inquiry in due course. It seems to me that examining the scene of the ambush should be our first concern. The trail is yet warm. We must act swiftly, as Lord H said, lest the crucial evidence be lost. You have a knack for discerning hidden truths, Cretaceous. Why don't you go to inspect the ambush site in person? An excellent idea! Inform my men of your intent upon arrival. They will gladly share their findings. So you said it's a wolf is what you're trying to get, Nico?
Yeah.
Does it like glow or do anything special, or you're just trying to collect all the mounts?
No, it glows. Oh, well, they glow.
Huh.
It's kind of like the horses that you have.
Gotcha, okay.
In Heavensward, I believe it is. Yeah, in Heavensward there's birds, and in Stormblood there's wolves you can get from the trolls.
I thought there's dragons in one of them.
Yeah, I mean, there is dragons that you can get. And then in Stormblood, there's the Great Hunt, which you can get a Rathalos.
Move along, adventure. There's nothing for you, eh? Lord H bid you to speak with us. Then he must be. Beg your pardon, sire. As you can see, they left nary a crate behind and tipped the wagon for good measure even. Whole thing's a bit odd if you ask me. Would have been easier to just do it, though a damn sight harder to conceal, I'll allow. I reckon they came prepared, probably with a wagon of their own hidden away off. But pay no heed to my ramblings, absent of proof, it's naught but speculation. Might be as the squire received care of the obsurtum could tell you something more factual. That is, if he's awake. Unlike myself, he was there during the attack. Not that his presence amounted to much. Alright, so that'll be over, I assume this way. Ha! This way. Do you use the random mount, Nico, or you use specific ones? I like the random. It does like a good job of actually picking a variety instead of just picking the same one the whole time.
Yeah, but...
It's not sound there, must be up top. You've come to ask me about the attack, have you? We came upon them before entering the Hall of the Seven Echoes. Pilgrims, we marked them. Lost and ill-equipped for the journey further north, our leader called out to them, and one stepped forward to answer. Slowly she approached us, her silver hair flowing in the wind like melting snow. Just a young girl, I thought some poor lost lamb in search for salvation. Our leader must have thought the same, else why would he let her draw so close? They exchanged some words and I couldn't hear. She leaned forward as if to kiss the cheek, and then he sighted the crumble to the ground. I don't know what happened until I saw the snow turn red. And there was red everywhere I looked. I tried to fight, but took a blow to the head. By the time I came to, the others were dead and the heretics were unloading the wagon. I mean, they would have killed me. So I just laid still and listened. Iceheart's people spoke deliverance and resurrection. They spoke of Shiva. I know Shiva's going to be another boss. Final Fantasy? Yeah. How you doing tonight, Craig? Actually, if I remember the rest of the story, I think it's whenever you get introduced to another boss, then it'll be bring you back to Ranger for the extreme for the previous one. So we gotta be getting close. But we're going to have to kill Shiva. Maybe do like 1 or 2 quests afterwards, and then we'll go back. Ah, you've returned. What news have you for us? Well, they mentioned a Shiva person. It seems Lady Iceheart does not sculpt to sully her hands with blood. Not the other thing everyone and their mom is streaming? Oh, you're talking about Dune Awakening. What's a Shiva the heretic spoke of? We not read a single line of the Enchiridion Master Alpnod. Shiva was a traitor to Keith and kin, an apostate who lays down with the dragons. Now, we cannot expect all foreigners to know Guardian scripture so well, particularly when it concerns the Patreon saints of the heretics. Wait, you say she is their Patreon saint? Oh, no, it makes no sense now. Lord Hoffront, what was the caravan's cargo? Ah, if I recall correctly, the Diamond Forge has requested a rather large quantity of crystals. Do you not see? Iceheart and her followers intend to summon Shiva as the beast tribe would be primal. Why else would they go to such lengths to secure the crystals? Shall inform the Lord Commander at once. Lord Hoffront, you would agree to the discretion of the paramount concern. Of course. Trust we can count on your continued support, Master Alfdod. The Saints of Summit John are sworn to combat the primal threat. Our support is given. And he will need to send word to my brethren in Reverence Toll. Our order must turn its efforts to prevention of its summoning. Naturally, that includes you, though I am sure you would not miss for the world. Give us coin. The persistent attacks on our caravan seemed like a little more of a nuisance at first. The heretics were a problem, to be sure, but a relatively minor one. That was before I discerned the purpose behind their attacks, of course. Now they have my undivided attention. After appraising Philia of the situation, I shall summon a unit of Crystal Braves to assist us. As for you, Cordracious, pray join me in the White Room front. Since the incident had Snowcloak, the Knights of the Howls of Dundiri have redoubled their reconnaissance efforts in the region. It is my hope that they have information that will help us determine precisely where the heretics are hiding. Given our mutual enemy of Lord Dithermont should be eager to oblige us, I shall see you there then. Good. Nah. Oh. Sorry, it was just the one ship that I saw for the Sarkin. By the way, one interesting thing with Dune Awakening, currently at release broken. Or at least I saw an article talking about it earlier. I guess somehow they managed to break the worm in Doom, so that I guess people are able to farm currently without the worm trying to eat people. Which is really weird. I'm surprised that's a thing. I don't know how they broke it either. Are you still leveling up your rogue, Nico? Oh. I knew a lot of this story was going to be back and forth, that's why I was going to have you like to sit around if you were wanting to like work on your own stuff. I'm cold. So you don't like the Freelancer series, but as you can bet, I'm going to buy that as soon as it comes out. I wonder how much it's going to cost. Keep in mind, it's also supposed to be a realistic space game, but somehow we have Star Kitten as a skin. Besides the Seventh Dawn, wish to join the hunt for the Ice Heart. Your assistance is more than welcome, my friend. Consider the report I have received. I dare say your timing could be no better. We're all ears, Dillermont. A band of pilgrims was seen transporting a large number of crates to the west. Their garb appears to match the description provided to the squire who survived the attack. Last hour, scouts lost track of them in the snow cloak, that self-same frozen wall which speculated might conceal the heretics' hideaway. Suffice to say, the disappearance of these pilgrims may have their provisions and all but confirms the suspicions. I have heard enough. My knights will join the hunt. Take the liberty of summoning a unit of crystal braves to the White Room front. Given the gravity of the situation, I trust that you will agree they must serve as every resource available to us. These extraordinary circumstances, Commander, it would be our best interest to coordinate our efforts. Such is my intent from the start, Sir Amric. And so it begins, my friend. Though I dare say it will prove all too brief for the collaboration, Ironhearts will not include combined forces of the Crystal Braves and the Temple Knights for long. Nevertheless, a wise man does not wager all upon the success of a single solution. There may be a subtler means by which we can locate the heretic's lair. Mayhaps Lord Dillermont has one in mind. Who do we gotta kill, Dillermont? You know somebody. Or no one. Yes, yes, excellent! My lady, everything has been accounted for. If aught else would have us do, pray speak and it shall be done. Yes, I do think that in real military games, people wouldn't. We don't even allow our own military to paint their planes anymore. It seems that we are always one step behind, our quarry ever just beyond our reach. Though I would like to believe that the tables are about to turn, I must confess to having certain doubts. A choice effort may succeed, while others have failed, but it could yet yield the self-same result. Fortunately, we are not without our options. I trust you have forgotten the Inquisitor Guillimer. We have not. The mystery of how the heretic remained undiscovered for so long has been much in our thoughts. As for the question of what steps might have been taken to prevent a small breach of security is the future. Accordingly, we conducted an exhaustive and covenant evaluation of everyone in White Room Front. Though some were found to have committed certain minor transgressions, we identified only one possible heretic. This man pledged himself to the Ice Heart cause. He will take in a note of the movements of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves, and upon recognizing their intent, he may attempt to warn the heretic. The man's watch is to end soon, at which point he must report to Sir Jantremont in the yard. I would have you keep an eye on him. If the venture is beyond the wall, follow him discreetly. Should he meet a heretic, do not interfere. Simply watch and listen. Having seen the suspect knows nothing wicked, endanger our plans. Military games, we're not official military, just citizens who do contractual labor. Right, because the military would actually allow random citizens to run around with nukes flying around shooting things. The whole idea of citizens having that much power is ridiculous. We don't even allow people to drive around with tanks in real life. Why would we allow somebody to run around in a literal attack ship? Nico, do you have the little shark man? I like that mount. Sorry. Yeah, that one. Yeah, I do like that one. I'll probably use that one a lot. Although it's kind of weird having his spine on his stomach. I guess that's to protect his front since he's so open there. Let's see. Sorry. Let's see. Wait, what are you trying to do? Oh. That one's kind of cool. Is that part of a crossover? Is that part of like the actual game? Fancy. I feel like the chainmail in the ears would be horrible for them. The suspected heretic will use through the open through the southwest gate. Alright, so let's go through the southwest. Where's the normal dragon? Knight in shiny armor? You don't say. What do you want? You bring rope to the rescue? Excuse my churlishness. I have been stimmed at every traitor now helping my brother knight. It has made me forget my courtesy. By with both our coils tied to end on end, may be long enough. Throw the end of it down! The fury help us, it will not fall. The wind blows out of his reach yet again. Where are we to do? Jump down with it? You there. So you jumped down a cliff? On purpose? I can certainly respect that. You are a man with a plan. You do have a plan, don't you? Well, I got a rope. Rope? High winds, huh? This rope will straight with the weight of a man upon it. So shall we climb both back and over to the site? I think that was just a side quest that I had for like the longest time, but you know what? Yeah, now it's done and over with, and I don't have to see it again. Nico, have you done any of your hunting log stuff? Oh, never mind, it disappeared. There was a dragon here we could have slayed, but it's gone now. Even the normal suspects that stream I see all the time are now streaming that Dune thingy. Yeah, I'm expecting Dune to be busy for quite a while. I'm wondering how long it's actually going to stay around, though. Hopefully it lasts a while. Suspected heretic follows the road east. Oh, you got the airship too, that's cool. Oh, yeah, never mind, I take it back. Oh, I found that dragon again. I don't know if you did your world hunt stuff, but that is you. Oh, no. Yeah, I think so. It's level 50, everything else is 39, so it's definitely not part of the area. Do you want to kill it? In the middle of orange. I said we were gonna one-hit him. I don't think you're able to for these. Oh, I thought this one would be much harder, so maybe it's not what I was thinking of. At some point I'll be getting an interest as subscriber test flight and just no clue when, because they are doing a ship test flight during differently than others. Oh, you made it to Imperator? Honestly, I thought it was one of those hunt log things, but we killed it way too fast for it to be that. And yeah, I don't know. That was weird. So everything else is 39, so it had to be special, but I didn't get anything from it. Ah, I see the suspicious knight. He heads south. By the way, I'm about to unlock Shiva. I've been on the higher tier sub for months. Oh, you're talking about the subscription. Gotcha. I forgot Star Citizen had one of those. Trying to convince Nico to play it again, but he won't play with us.
What?
Star Citizen.
I'm over. Maybe.
Hey! Hey! Where the seven hells are you? I'm freezing my bullocks off here. I'm here. You bloody oaf. Why are you late? Standing on the wall. Why else? I have duties to fulfill, you know. Your sole duty is to, bloody echo. Lower your voice or you'll hear us in White Room front. Yes, of course. The Temple Knights, I'm Snowcloak. This is what you bring to me? We already knew about. Our comrades in Boulder Dawn will use the tunnels. Dead, and before they know it, what's happening? Nevertheless, if you waste much time again, is that clear? Honestly, I kind of feel you there. I do really enjoy Star Citizen, but it's getting to the point where my PC is just struggling just to stream it normally. It was like normal spaceflight. It was like blinking my streams in and out for some reason, which I don't understand because it used to be fine. Let's see here. Unhurt was he. The infirmary will be relieved to hear of it. Always short on something they are. Ishgard scolds us for using ventures for too many things, but I say sod up. They won't send reinforcements, they threaten to denounce any knight who asks for them. The way I see it is good venture is worth more than their words. Thank you, mister. Oh man, we gotta walk all the way up the stairs like a peasant? Yeah, they should just meet us down here at the bottom. Head crabs. Well, did you investigate bear fruit? It actually did. We found a lot. They're about to attack all your men. I see. I shall have the man to change at once. His guilt is plain. What's that? You could have heard their words more clearly. Yet the few snatches we're able to make of it nonetheless enlightening. It would seem the heretics are aware of our operation and confident that they can thwart it. Their comrades and border dons are key to their plans, which means it is our key to our plans that they be rooted out and put to the sword. I like this guy. Those high heels? Oh, okay. Those do look kind of fancy. Eh. We have long suspected the heretics use a network of secret tunnels to traverse the highlands undetected. Given what you overheard, I fear that the Snowcloak may be riddled with such fastaways, and the heretics in the Boulder's Dawn are planning to use them to take our forces unaware. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to happen. A contingent of Hounds and Deary Knights are on patrol in the area, and I shall order them to begin searching the heretics at once. But knowing nothing of our enemies' numbers or readiness, I cannot say for certain that they will be sufficient. To be put to mind at ease, you would be a constant consent to assisting my knights in the search. Now you would take courage from the presence of so storied a warrior. Great rendezvous with them at Boulder's Dawn. If alone is kind, we can catch the heretics before their plans come to fruition. Show them mercy, Cretaceous. Show them no mercy, Cretaceous. The lights of our allies are at stake. Yeah, the thing that carried over the wall was over your head and looked kind of like a half-life crab head. Oh. I think it's a big giant metal hand that I had that time around. They do have a crab though. I don't have a crab though. Let's see here. So I'm guessing Mark didn't decide to join you on this game, Nico? This is the game that he was at the same place I was, and he like skipped ahead, right? Where's he in the story? Did he beat it already? No. So each mount has their own unique soundtrack in this game. And that's the soundtrack for the boss fight that you get for that horse. Peaceful here. You guys wanna play that? Fine, we can do the hokey pokey. We all burn to death together. Someone's been following me? I thought you were joking. I don't see you or the person, so I don't know. What's their name? Oh.
It's something.
I don't think so. I'll have to know the name whenever I see it. I see you here. Where's this SB person? Are you going crazy? Yeah, but like literally every single mount in this game has their own unique soundtrack too. Unfortunately, you can't hear other mounts unless you have like a two-seater mount, but they do have a few two-seater mounts. I think Sniper even has a whale that holds up to 8 people, but that one's a paid mount.
I got this. Here's.
So, I still don't see this magical person you were talking about, Nick. Oh wait, hold on. I see something. Oh, yeah, that's the guy we played with last night. Hello, Speeve. How's it going? In the Discord, they're Moji. The one that we were doing the trials with last night. Oh, I guess you did leave before you joined. Yeah, that guy. After you left, we found a whole nother set, and then we died horribly. Oh, I forgot to tell you, but yeah, we died horribly on it. The good news is you didn't miss anything. Oh, it was horrible. Ew. I think we got to the end stage like once, maybe twice. My knights didn't know word of your coming, Cretaceous. What happened? What is it that's in your hands? By the Furies! Those were veterans with the years of service! And now they lie dead in the snow. Their bodies must be recovered and... No! We have no men to spare, not now. Not till the Ice Heart prepares to summon an abomination. The heretics you dispatched were not sufficient in number to contend with the combined strength of the Temple Knights and the Crystal Braves. There must be others, and I'll wager they are on their way to Snowcloak as we speak. To make matters worse, it seems that the traitor you followed had managed to pass the heretics something of value after all. The parchment you recovered is a timetable the guards watch at our outpost in Snowcloak. The traitor was stationed there long before he aroused our suspicion. With that, we had caught him sooner. The information the heretics would know when the watch was weakest. They'd use their channels with impunity and prepare their ambush. Just change the times. The timetable has not been changed, you see. Of course, it will be changed now, but the heretics may already be in position. House Dudir must send reinforcements, even if it means withdrawing knights from this stone vigil. I can see no other way to safeguard the lives of our allies. If you want to invite him to the party, you're more than welcome to. As you know, I still have no power to do that. The time is of the essence, Cretaceous. While my knights make ready to depart, the heretics may make our allies in Snowcloak unaware. Superior trading in our equipment will avail them not if they cut down ere their swords are drawn. But all is not yet lost. If you leave now, there may still be time to warn them. Make haste, I beseech you. Fly to Snowcloak and tell Sir Aymeric everything we have discovered. I said if you want to invite Speeve to the game, you're more than welcome to. I don't know if he was wanting to join us or if he was just hanging out. Let's see. I don't have any messages. Yeah, like literally every single mount has their own unique soundtrack. It's really cool in this game. And there's some very unique ones. I have like all of, like the very beginning stuff, so obviously none of mine are like super crazy, but the later on expansions, their mounts go a lot more insane than what I have. Said that while riding on a giant gorilla. Cretaceous, this is your welcoming surprise. Perhaps it's the only thus so far. As you can see, we haven't uncovered any hidden. You have my gratitude. Truth be told, we suspect the heretics might be plotting in such an attack. Now that we have confirmed, I shall place my knights on high alert. As Commander of the Bearer, I've been informed, the Braves must be well aware. It must be here, I'm certain of it. Why else would they go to such lengths to defend Snowcloak? 'Tis but a pity the discovery comes at with an enemy such as a disadvantage. For warned though we may be, the heretics know the terrain far better than we. I dare not think how many are watching us at this very moment. Confound it! This is all wrong. Iceheart has us scrambling to save our own skins. We should rightly be straining every sinew to fight her atop of the damn summoning. There she is. Come here, girl. That was a close one. They didn't hurt you, did they? Only my pride, Yoda. There will be others nearby. We must see that they are given a similarly warm welcome. Commander Lever. There's been a development, sir. Together with the Temple Knights, we have secured the entrance to some half-dozen tunnels. After spotting the enemy breaking the surface, but that is not all, sir. We think that one of them may be important. Certainly the heretics near flung themselves upon her swords to defend it. Aha! Just as I suspected, amongst the warren of tunnels lies the entrance to the Iceheart lair. Some of the others were going in. A moment, Offnod. The tunnel in question is barely wide enough for 2 men abreast. We cannot say for certain where it leads, much less what is waiting for us there. Furthermore, we have no way of knowing how many heretics are still lurking on the surface. What if we were to converge on this point after we entered the tunnel? For all we know, we could be funneling our forces into a trap. I take your point. The tunnel is indeed as narrow as you say. Greater numbers would be more of a hindrance than help. Should we encounter difficulty, our own allies will become an obstacle to escape. Hello, my good friend. We're going to send you in there to your death. To go do this thing again. A change of plans. While we rendezvous with Sir Amic and keep the heretics at bay here, you go to whatever that tunnel that leads. You find Iceheart at the end of it, do not let her escape. You venture into the unknown. To see you are prepared for anything, I suggest you call upon your allies, though not too many other Papaluma will sulk. Speak with the stalwart Temple Knight. The entrance to the tunnel, sir. It's just over here. Had not seen the heretics breaking the surface, we would have never noticed it. Per Sir Amic's orders, we will stand guard outside. Please be aware that even should you encounter significant resistance, we cannot leave our post. Snowcloak is now accessible. Well, I'm going with the assumption that it'll be quicker than a tank. Oh, okay. Speed says he'll be right back. He promoted me to party leader. How do I have to start it? I don't know. He said I had to, so I wasn't sure. Everyone always seems to pass me the leader, so I went on why. Long-time all player looking for something new, trying to decide between Final Fantasy XIV and Guild Wars 2. Really? I was actually thinking about picking up Guild Wars 2 later on this week also. So I will say both have a really good free method. So Final Fantasy XIV does eventually go into a paid subscription, but they have their base game and the first 2 DLCs is completely free, and it's called a demo, though technically you're playing on your main characters and you can swap it over, and you don't have to pay the monthly fee. Guild Wars, on the other hand, they made their base game completely free, and their DLCs are just, you pay them like, I don't know, sometimes they go on sale, so you can get like 2 or 3 for like 30, 40 bucks sometimes. and then you're able just to play the game and you never have to pay a monthly fee. I think both have a lot of content. Both are very similar in like the MMO aspects. What is your opinion, Nico? Which one do you like better? Or you like them about the same? Both have a good free option to try, so I definitely recommend at least like checking it out, see which one you like. I've been playing both, so they do have, even though they're both MMOs, they play a little bit differently. You can also look much cooler than what my guy looks. I'm still working in like the early area of this game. A lot of people over in this area. I'm surprised there's so many people doing that. That dude looks cool. He's like in Magitech armor. This definitely is more aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, they did a HD remake not too long, or I guess not really a remake, but they did an HD update to update all their textures more recently than Guild Wars did. I think both expansions probably look the best in their later on areas though. And I think both came out about the same time too. Yeah, that's true. I think Final Fantasy plays a little bit more like World of Warcraft, where it takes a little bit more like group coordination, where Guild Wars you're kind of able to solo it, but not necessarily solo it. A lot more mechanics can fail in this one than the other one. But I will say there's an asterisk to what I was telling you about. So Guild Wars 2, one of the advantages is it's free for the base game. You can add friends, you can play with people, you can speak. There's no restrictions. You have the same access to storage. You can do like literally everything in the game. Final Fantasy 14, if you're on the free trial demo, you can't add friends unless they add you. You can't have a house because you can't earn enough money. There's a cap on the amount of money you can make, so there's a lot more restrictions in Final Fantasy 14 as a free trial versus playing Guild Wars for the base game for free. With that said though, the base game in Guild Wars is a lot more like, oh, go around, collect some carrots, and then you like slowly raise your MMO. Which is why I never actually played through like the very beginning of Guild Wars. I got in more into the DLC areas. And both have level skips, because you can just skip to the DLC whenever you buy the game, right, Nico? If you're wanting to. Alright, so I don't need you. Bacon bread. Alright, Nico, I ate my bacon bread. I'm ready. And both games have about the same amount of trading roles, and all of them are very connected together. So if you think you can do one trader role without the others, you'll be going back and doing a whole bunch like me. But I do think both are really good games. I mean, both are really good options. Like what? Oh, yeah, like mounts. I Well, you can't really do the new content in this one free trial either, though. 14 definitely has a larger player base, would you say? Without like going into like too much detail, which country are you from, or where do you think you would register your data center at? So they have 3 options. They have the NA servers, they have a Japanese server, and then they have a Oceania server. So the NA usually is fairly popular. There is a caveat though, so I don't know if WoW has the same like housing structure, but Guild Wars, for example, it doesn't matter how many people are in the world, you can buy a house, you won't ever have an issue. This one, if you're on a really popular server, which it seems like a lot of the North American servers have like really huge player base, it's really hard to get a housing district, so you are going to be limited to that area. So if you're wanting to like fully decorate a house and get into that kind of thing, it's going to be a little bit tough on an NA server, where if you were to pick like Oceania and have like a worse ping, you're guaranteed to have a house there, but you're not really able to get into queues very quickly. I think I'm gonna fail this one. Of course. Yes. So because the Oceania servers are so empty, they offer like one really big advantage where basically you're able to, like any NA or Japanese person can visit the Oceania servers, where if you start in Oceania, you can't actually visit anyone else, you're just stuck in that one place. But you have an option of getting a house. Now they have things in this game called free companies, which are basically like guild organizations. You're able to have like a submarine, an airship, and a whole bunch of other cool things, which we haven't actually seen too much of yet. Let's see here. Well, didn't get it this time, but well. Kingsburg was able to show me their house. They actually have a couple pretty cool ones on the Materia servers. I don't think anyone we know actually has one. That's why I was wondering if you had housing in your district area. Oh, with that said though, so like any NA server, they call them data centers in this game, you're able to connect with like literally every single North American server. And like when you're queuing up for dungeons, especially the earlier on dungeons, it'll pull from like literally every single server inside of that data center. That way it's not really taking too long to find a queue. If you're wanting a quicker queue though, I do recommend being either a tank or a healer. I assume since you played WoW, you probably know how long it takes dungeons to group up your DPS. Are you back yet, Speed, by the way? Was it tough getting used to the 2-seg GCD? So each different move has their own cooldown, so some you can sort of avoid. That one didn't mix up. So it's just more dependent on which class you're on. Like for tanks, for example, this you have like a quest or a chain combo that you're able to do that don't really affect your other abilities, but some things have a global cooldown. So you just sort of have to play around with the builds to figure it all out. Actually, hold on, I got an option for that. I don't know where I put the option. Oh, there we go. Ah. Yeah, I remember I put it on a long time ago. You just click on it. And if I could chop you up, I would. So see like how only some moves are affected by the cooldown? They do have a pretty cool like chain they're able to do. Guess I'll keep leveling up my crafter. Oh, yeah, the free trial, you're not able to trade with people either. But they can't repair your armor, and you can't request them to put material in your gear. So it is very limited when it comes to like the free trial versus the paid. So there's definitely a big advantage if you do get outside the free trial area. But they have at least probably like 100 hours worth of content that you're able to do for free without like moving up. If you're one that likes to do like all the extra DLCs and stuff, then much more. Let's see here. It's gonna work. Oh, it might work. Very close. Hey, thanks so much. Roughly what's the playtime to endgame content? So, Final Fantasy and Guild Wars are both, I think they both came out about 2012, so they have several DLCs. Guild Wars, I believe, has like 5 expansions. And Final Fantasy 14, I think has about the same, right, Nico?
Yeah, it's about the same.
Now, if you're one to like skip to endgame content, then obviously your playtime will vary a little bit. But I think both are about the same length of the game, especially if you're like starting Guild Wars from the very beginning without a level skip. There's going to be a lot of stuff in the beginning where it's a very large map trying to walk around and do everything. And if you want a flying mount, that's going to take even longer. Where this one, if you beat the base game, you're able to get any mount to fly. And each mount gets their own unique soundtrack too. But for a while, you'll be just stuck to having a chocobo, which it does take a little bit to get to that point. So this is the Sterner mount. But don't get me wrong, you can definitely play with people in the free trial, it's just that you have to have them add you to the group. And most of the time, they'll add you to this thing called Novice Chat, which, depending on your server, some are a little bit more helpful than others. A lot of people just use it as a chatting thing, but you can ask for help and usually people join in. And this little like green symbol next to my name, that means basically you're a sprout, so you're kind of newer to the game. I think eventually you can toggle on and off. So do another ready check and see if he's back yet. Hey, he's back. Nice. And like I said before, depending on your server, sometimes queues are quicker, sometimes they're longer. Most of them on American servers say about less than 5 minutes, which usually means it takes exactly 5 minutes to get you grouped up. Which I find very suspicious on why they use the 5 minutes thing. Earlier on though, you're going to be playing with mostly 4 people, and eventually it moves up to 6 and 8 is the main group size for like trials. This is also coming from someone mostly in like the beginning area though, so I can't really tell you like too much about the end game stuff. Speaver Nico might be able to go a little bit further into it.
Have the four main mates as well.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Like the allies. I think it's good.
once you get past the main storyline. Oh, on top of that, it's sort of a known thing in the Final Fantasy community. Basically, the base game, they had partial voice acting, and it was sort of, it wasn't the highest quality stuff, and then later on DLCs, it gets a lot more higher quality. This looks kind of cool. Here. They do have a pretty cool macro system too, so you're able to set up macros to make a lot of things. Like, for example, I have a classical hotbar, flop rolled. It's not like a default thing, I actually made that. You can also have a macro for your moveset if you're wanting to get more into like the combos and stuff, especially for the melee classes. They have a lot of combo chains. Then for tank specifically, this little bar over here on the left, see how it has like little red symbols? That means I have the aggro currently. And in the later on DLCs, you do have access to more characters as well. Oh, you're just going to randomly spawn a bear? Go and grab the key. That's a small room. And forgive us for not exactly knowing how to do this one. This is the first time we did this dungeon. Let's see here. Yeah, but depending on your class, usually tanks, you just want to grab the aggro from the boss and face them away from the rest of the group. I did notice that. Well, you never said you were home. Well, welcome home. We haven't even fought Shiva yet. We were waiting for you. And apparently I'm going to have to fight Odin again. Or not Odin, the dude with the big beard, whoever he is. Yeah, that one. Eventually I'm going to unlock the extreme trial.
MSQ Relive.
Oh no. If I happen to find a cool mount, it's for this day.
All the cool mounts, you go to that fast. Start at Heaven.
Well, Nico was saying that there's a really cool hidden horse that you have to have all the horses to get.
Joke's on you, it's not even a horse.
Well, I've seen it, so I'm the one who called it a horse, so whatever you call it, it looks cool. Oh. I get healed.
We are back on our server, right?
Yeah. did not beat it last night, by the way.
Man, one time you gotta see. The Nico had just used limit break.
So what you're saying is it was Nico's fault.
Yeah. If you had, we wouldn't be sitting here having this conversation right now.
He used it a little early.
I don't know. Melee, limit break, a bright light. It is a giant cloud sword and it's yellow. No, bullshit. I cut my teeth as a Dragoon. It's my highest class. It's my only melee DPS class. I know it like the back of my hand. I don't remember the skill being here, but...
Anyways, the Yeti looks really cool. On a side note.
You want to go and click that big ass ball and send it right back at him. That's the key. When he makes those snowballs, yeah, he turns ads into snowballs, and you want to kick the biggest snowball right back at him.
He's doing it again, by the way. I can't. There's no clicking on it. You might be misremembering your thing.
You know what? Going this
I don't know. Maybe it's part of the main story quest.
Yeah, they probably removed that mechanic then. It's just forcing.
Alright, Speed, I was gonna do the cover on you again, but I don't have it underfoot on yet.
Snowcloak is on there.
Of course it's on there, it's part of the main story quest.
Letdown, though.
Why?
Because, like, sometimes the mechanics are really fun like that. Where somebody runs and the ball you know, why does everything just has to be a dodge mechanic? I think that's what we're kind of, even though we're failing miserably, I think that's one of the aspects of why we're liking it.
I like it because it's the first big group content that I can do that lasts more than a day.
Even then, like,
I said more than a day.
but you're having fun learning mechanics. Like, it's not just dodging, but it's also, hey, place this here, move that to here. A lot more engaging. How's that?
Hybrid gear. I asked Nico if his world had housing slots available, and he said he didn't even look.
How are you even on it? Why'd you move to a different world if you're not even gonna do that much for us? That's like the bare minimum, man. Yeah, you're not looking for you, you're looking for all of us. We're just asking you to be selfish. Sorry, I know. We do it, but we would look for you. I don't think.
Probably not.
No, I would say Crystal is out. No, I tell you what, we're going to find an empty house.
Then why did you pick this one?
I told you I had friends. I wasn't going to pay another $25.
I thought you picked this one because you thought there was spots for us.
I picked this one because I wasn't going to movie my character again.
I think I'm nearing the Shiva trial. Or at least they were starting to speak of her in the quest line now. Well, I didn't say we were fighting Shiva currently. We're nearing Shiva. I assume we stand behind the ice, maybe?
Yes.
Aha.
Go away.
Yeah, well, it's fine on the tank, so I can take a hit. Or two.
Good news is Shiva will be a Shiva we all remember because Shiva
Really?
on the list.
Weird.
I'm very happy.
I don't understand why it wouldn't be on the list. They're talking about it on the main story class. I thought everything would be on the list.
This one pleases me.
Depends if we can actually find a group. By the way, Nico, you need to get to the crystal that's not broken. I also didn't know. I was pulled. I mean, technically, Nico's just playing his character correctly, though.
Or thank you.
By the way, I assume you were wanting to join us, Muji. How do you say your name, by the way?
I just stole a name from a character from a series I like. It's Mage.
Mage, okay. Random dude's gonna be dead. Oh, I realized it. Nice. He was playing his part perfectly.
How about the one that wasn't? very greedy. He was dealing damage up to the last second, and then he got Let be.
No. Okay. That's fine. I don't know how I already have possessed an item. It's the first time I did this dungeon, but sure. What?
The tales do not do you justice, warrior of light. Yes, I know who you are, and you know who I am.
Do I now?
I was given the name Izel, but I earned the name Iceheart. This endless... I would not. I will not. I will bring an end to this war between dragon and man, no matter the cost. In time, you will come to understand that what we do for the greater good. For Eorzea, for Hydaelyn.
Alright, Elfnod, what do we got? That you go unexpected. What news, Cretaceous? Well, we saw the girl inside. Well, Iceheart is but a pseudonym, not that it matters. That she managed to escape is regrettable, but from your description of that beast, you did well to come as close as you did. In any case, now that you have cleared the paths, the Temple Knights can begin to survey the tunnels in earnest. Mayhaps we'll ever find a route past the ice wall. Wouldn't that do wonders for the fight against the heretics? The Crystal Braves would certainly share their credits for two. Well, let's be praised, Cretaceous. We may yet return to this situation in our advance. Assuming we stop Iceheart before she summons Shiva, of course. Needless to say, our scions have not dealt idle. Minfilia and Eorzea have been busy pursuing the archives of the House for Temps, gathering what information they can on Shiva. Which reminds me, if I were intending to trudge back to Camp Dragonhead to report the day's events, Dole Incident should be here any minute, and we assume she's enjoying subjecting themselves to this cold. Incident, you come straight from the archives House of Vortemps. I trust your time there provided fruitful. That is wood. Your ranger and I scoured countless texts, but what we found was questionable veracity. Also, Shiva's life and deeds are sparse and contradictory, only agreeing upon one point. She lay down with the dragon, the gravest of all sins according to the Ishgardian faith. Yet, the eyes of Iceheart followers, this was a holy act that blessed the union of a man and a dragon. How such a thing could even be possible is quite another question. Suffice it to say, I very much doubt that we will find any useful answers in the archives of House Vortemps. Much knowledge has been lost over centuries, though its cause wonders is circumstance or design. You say that the Iceheart took a moment to plead her case prior to escaping, did you not? Yeah, she did. Read without prejudice, most would agree that bringing an end to an endless war serves the greater good. I think Sir Hermig might take the issue with her methods. Do not care if a few stranglers manage to escape. Until the sappers confirm that tunnel is safe, the better not to search it. Yes, Lord Commander. You pursue your foes with less zeal than I had expected, Sir Amic. Lest you misunderstand, I do not deny that our enemy has given us good reason to be prudent. It merely meant, you being a man of faith, that I had expected a certain single-mindedness. After all, was it not by the will of the Halone that your ancestors came to this land? Why they took up arms against the Dravayans? What would they have done without your position, I wonder? There are those who believe that faith is a renunciation of free will, that unquestioning devotion is required of all who would live in a life service to the Fury. Such righteous fervor might well serve a knight on the front line, less so a leader of men. We are all at liberty to interpret the scriptures as well. I choose to believe that the Fury would value the lives of her followers over the deaths of her enemies. But I would not presume to speak of the Knights Eld. 'Twas a different time, nay, a different era. The scriptures tell us only so much. Well, that has not told us more. The domain is awfully pragmatic for the servant of the Holy See. The welcoming trait is a... Sorry. Welcoming trait is at the negotiating table, to be sure, less so when one's enemy are making ready to harness the power of a god. Mayhaps he truly does not believe the Iceheart's plan can succeed. Truth be told, I too remain somewhat skeptical. She was a real, a living, breathing woman. Of that, there can be no doubt. In this respect, she differs from every other figure to be summoned, each of whom was worshipped as a god. The sole exception being good King Moog. The myth made a manifest in response to the fervent supplications of the Moogle's guard. Saint Shiva may differ, but what of the heretics? They are a tribe of outcasts in war with a mighty nation, who yearn for the resurrection of one who embodied their beliefs. If it's not placing one's faith in a higher power, then what is? Crystals and conviction, Amphilia, they have both in abundance. Can that truly be all that is required? My survey team has concluded a preliminary analysis of the Aetherite Iceheart used to escape. They believe she teleported to another Aetherite somewhere not far from the rest. Despite the apparent proximity of the second Aetherite, however, they have been wholly unable to detect its presence directly. Unless IR has some means to mask the signal, I can only presume she had it destroyed to prevent us from following her. Without the means to teleport as she did, we have no choice but to search for an alternate route, most likely a tunnel, assuming one exists. Let's not give up on teleportation just yet. One of our colleagues in Shallan may be able to assist us. Pray that you are right. I dare not think how long it would take us to survey the entire tunnel system. While Memphilia looks into the Aetherite problem, I would request your assistance with another matter. The third unit is currently tracking the remnants of the Heretics force which attacked us. However, the search goes poorly despite your numbers. Grithras is vast, and Iceheart followers know the terrain is better than we do. Your knowledge of this region may serve to hasten the process. The sooner we capture the Iceheart's followers, the sooner we can press them for the leader's whereabouts. Also, though it's admittedly a selfish request, I feel that my braves would benefit immensely from working alongside you. While we have our share of the veterans, we also have more of them few less experienced recruits, many of whom look upon you, in case you were not aware. Good. I knew you would understand. Yu Hassan appraise you of the details. When the task is complete, come find me at the observatory. Captain Ilbert and I are meeting there to discuss the latest development in his investigation. Temple Knight shall hold the Snowcloak in absence. Let us leave them to their works. Ours is more pressing. I suppose I have to make one of you the leader. I guess Nico can be leader for now. Are you joining us, Sniper, or are you going back to your market simulator? Got my fishing up to level like 30 this morning.
Got a taste for the fishing, huh?
Well, honestly, it's really quick if you... It's really quick if you do the deep sea fishing stuff.
Yeah. But you're not gonna fish, huh?
Oh, I like the deep sea fishing.
You wanna do more fish, huh?
No, just the one part.
Okay, we do more fish. But I always say this, and I'll continue to say it. Every great game has a fishing mini game. It's no, it's a great game.
I wouldn't necessarily say it's too complex for a fishing game, though. It's very simple.
Next level up, you get more complex things to do.
There you are, Cretaceous. Commander Lever instructed me to wait for you. Your assistance is most welcome, believe me. Most of the third helm and Oldov, for a man accustomed to the feel of the sand beneath his boots, the crunch of snow can be rather disconcerting. But to the matter at hand, near a moment ago, I received word that the heretics we speak about had spotted them making the Dafian Pass. My braves are already in pursuit, and I shall be grateful if you would join them. I myself shall be taking part in the hunt. Never let it be said that I do not earn my coin.
That's me.
Oh,
The guy in the party.
Yeah. Speaking of me, I'm gonna log off the fatigue, man. It was rough.
Too much Final Fantasy?
Not even that, just too much real life. Just kind of blew up.
Hey, look on the bright side, there's only like 80 more years of it to go.
Yep.
I'm assuming he's 20.
Correct. Great assumption. I'm around there. Who knows?
Balls, my ankle's on fire! Caught my boots on a rock and something twisted it as it fell. The others went ahead through the Dafian Pass. Hurry, you might catch up. If you aren't sure where to look, go look for the tracks. The snow is fresh, so they shouldn't be hard to find. And this is the monkey I was talking about earlier, Nico.
That's okay.
This is a monkey.
That's not a monkey.
Yeah, it's a monkey.
How is that a monkey?
Yeah, I'm its owner. If I say it's a monkey, it's a monkey.
Yeah, your owners, as an owner, you're allowed to be wrong.
Perfect. So, it's a monkey.
Considering they actually have monkey mouths.
Nope, in my world, this is a monkey. It's basically a gorilla.
Because it's 2025, it's your truth versus reality. Gotcha.
Sure. Tracks lead southeast.
Hey, is the Roblox like
Sire, what are you doing here? The heretics, I'm not sure. Those are great skilled beasts. You'll see, I think he went east on his own. The heretics split up, so did we too. Which part of the map am I looking for this dude?
right below the word White Rim?
White Rim.
Oh yeah, no.
I see what's on your mind. Judge, jury, and executioner.
Right below the word White Rim.
Then no.
Thinking, it'd be cool to grab that one too. Here?
Do you think 3 of us are strong enough?
Absolutely not, but you never know.
I was paid enough for this. Hey, mister, it's cold out here. embarrassing. I was so intent on following the heretics' tracks that I almost failed to notice that they had doubled back. Almost, mind you, one tried to sneak up behind me and got a knife in the gut for his troubles. I felt myself alone, so I started searching for the dead man's knapsack for anything of interest. Lo and behold, before his friends found me, I came upon this. Withdraw in groups of 3 or less of the Absorber Tomb, give the signals and wait. The merchant will be watching, be late, and be left for dead. Speak for itself, it does not. They can't possibly meet rendezvous inside the palace, or place, so should we restrict our search to the surrounding area? Let me rephrase this. You should restrict your search to the wilderness around the Absorber Tomb. I will need more than a moment's rest to recover from the wounds. Said you're doing the DLC, or you're not doing the DLC?
I was going to, but Billy really wants to help you out, so here we are.
Well, like I said, Nico, it's probably going to be a lot of me walking back and forth a whole bunch, so... And I can just let you know whenever I'm stuck doing, like, group content and stuff if you want.
Well, my white mage is right level to be working with you.
I am through with listening to your excuses. We leave now! How? The woods are crawling with the blue coats, and the knights are searching every wagon that passes through the gates! Ha! I've caught you, red-handed. We'll stay with him. Then if you think you'll fare any better. No, there's no need for that. There are places like this in my homeland. Sacred, snow-capped peace where the blood must not be shed. Yet your lands ever thirst for blood of the fallen, and by your deeds as drunks deep. No, I've done no wrong. None but meet in secrecy with the heretics. Deny it all you will, we shall have the truth from you yet. Inquisitors are not the only ones skilled in the art of interrogation. Damns it all. Fancy meeting you here, Cretaceous. I presume your work in the Third brought you hither. What a tangled web, lest you wonder, we came not for the heretics, but for the merchant who had been conspiring with them. It came to our attention during the course of our investigation to the Ivy. It beggars belief. I know it seems our favorite Garlean spy might have been providing assistance to the Iceheart. Were it not for the efforts of Lady Ugiri and her shinobi, we might have discovered this connection. Master Alphonse is too kind. I fear my people and I have done little to aid your search for the spy. We took strike back against the Empire and weakened their influence in this land, to prevent the tragedy which befell Duma from reoccurring. The days ahead and the work they promise will require a very particular set of skills. Skills which I am fortunate enough to possess. If you will allow it, I will accompany you until the investigation is complete. It is most generous offer, Lady Ugiri, one for which I gladly accept. Thank you. Though I may disappear for a time, know that I shall never be far, and shall we always be watching. It's a comforting thought. Come, Cretaceous, let us wait inside for Captain Ilbert to return and deliver his report. So basically, me and Alfnod decided to go sit next to the warm fire and send the other one out in the cold. I'm surprised they didn't like, hey, would you like to warm up next to the fire before your next journey? And then they could have like included her in the cutscene. Captain Ilbert seems confident that the merchant resolves would swiftly crumble when pressed. If so, we should have no information ere long. As for whether it will bring us any closer to learning the Ippy identity, I would rather not say. Given our adversary is cunning, I shall consider us fortunate. If we are spared another wild dodo chase, the gods will know we have more than enough to occupy our time it is. Captain Ilbert, your reports, if you will. Aye, Commander. First, with regards to the heretic we captured, I regret to say that the man could tell us naught that we did not already know of Shiva. We have since handed him over to the Ishgardian authorities. Henceforth, the Holy See will pursue the matter independently. Our inquiries concerning the Ivi, however, have proven more fruitful. We have ascertained the channel by which the heretics acquired their information on the shipment routes. Go on. You will recall the flame we identified as being in the Ivy employee. From him, we were able to trace a trail of conspirators, each taking us closer to the master. Alas, the trail came to an abrupt end. Fearing the investigation had been compromised, we took a necessary step in detaining all suspected of conspiracy. There were 5 on our list, including a flame stationed at Revenant's Toll. The man's primary duty was to keep inventory of donations from abroad, the peculiars of which would share the benefactors, thereby ensuring the needs do not go unfulfilled. By the virtue of his role, he was privy to the details of the shipment bound for the settlement. Needless to say, that included those originating from the House Horteps. He knew the precise route the caravan would take, and he sold the information to a merchant. I think I can guess which one. None other. With little encouragement, he soon confessed to knowingly aiding and abetting the heretics. Well, that is one mystery solved at least, but what of the Ivi? Are we any closer to prizing off his mask? I dare say we are, Commander. Our relentless pursuit has forced him to commit grave error. Despite of a bid to cover his tracks, the IV resorted to exercising certain administrative powers available to only high-ranking members of the Mortal Flames. If you consider that our investigation is knowingly bear a handful of them, the field of suspects is greatly narrowed. You mean to say the agent is among Remon's innermost circle? Someone who has been with him since the Mortal Flames establishment? His most possible explanation. The infiltration likely occurred during the company's founding, with the groundwork for the act laid beforehand. To slip into this position of authority unremarked, or remaining above suspicion all these years. I too was surprised, though I really shouldn't have been. One of the 3 grand companies, Oda, was ever the more vulnerable to infiltration. Both Lima Lumensa and Eorzea had long-standing armed forces that lend themselves well to formation of the Maelstrom and the Order of the Twin Adder. To all intents and purposes, it was the same people, loyal ones, mind you, under the same leadership, only the banner was different. Not so the Flames. Oda's military was made up of desperate orders, most of which were glorified mercenaries, companies that answered only to their own paymasters. Hardly an ideal economy in which established something as high-minded as a grand company. The duties Ralbon faced when founding the Mortal Flames is well known. Even after he convinced his fellow syndicate members to share the coast, there remained the small matter of finding enough bodies to fill the ranks. Indeed, and given the pressing nature of the Imperial threat, that meant recruiting every passing sellsword. Amidst the chaos of its founding, it would have been a child's play to infiltrate the company. Good deal easier than now, Mortal Flames have been caught between conflicting interests, the public and the private. Though the monasteries ultimately agreed to support the organization's founding, it was not out of the charity they did so, but simply self-preservation. Had Nail von Darda's ambitions had been any less apocalyptic, you may be sure that he would never have risked supplying Ralbon with an army. Tis but a wonder they did not attempt to extinguish the flame the moment its danger had passed. Returning to the present matter. Even as we speak, our Doman allies are shadowing several high-ranking flames, any of whom could be the Ivi. Desiring to deal a blow against the Empire, the refugees were eager to lend us their aid. I expect to hear from them ere long. Very good. Pray continue your investigation with the first. Meanwhile, have the second attend to the unrest. The third can join the ranks of the fourth in inspecting the crystal shipments. If you notice anything unusual, I want to know about it. If Shiva is summoning in the like manner of the other primals, the heretics will be looking for further supplies. Understood, Commander. I shall send word to Sir Amig, informing him of our success in identifying the heretics obtures. Hopefully the information will be of some use to the Ishgardians. It is time, Commander. Yes, I'm aware. An emergency council of the Alliance leadership has been called. There have been developments in the Garlemald, it would seem. As commander of the Crystal Braves, my presence has been requested. I would have you accompany me, Cretaceous, at the realm's stoutest champion. It's to meet the present for the discussion. Oh! And the innocent has already given her consent, lest you worry. Alright, so did I miss a part in the story or something? Why does it seem like now we're having to get permission to do things?
What do you mean by asking permission?
Oh, don't worry. I already asked the Innocent for if you were able to accompany us with this task and blah, blah, blah. It seems like we used to do things on our own, and now it's like, oh, well, you have to have permission from her in order to do it. It seems odd. I don't remember.
Or you needed permission so much as...
Let me, you're jealous, eager to conclude our business with Iceheart, but until the path to her sanctum is found, she will remain beyond our reach. Ophelia and the Archons are sparing no effort to secure an alternate route. Until such time they succeed, I suggest you give some thought to the realm of other problems. We shall go on to the Grindania in readiness for the Council's coming council. Meet at Noficus altar, and we shall make our way to the Lotus Stand together. Do what now?
I said you were usually just taking orders, right?
Yeah.
So I guess now you're trying to do, instead of just waiting for orders to be handed down, you're doing things, but you still need her permission.
Says who? I'm a guardian.
Still a scion, though.
I suppose. Are you trying to win your cackpot for the day?
I did. I won 4th prize.
Did you win your 10,000?
I haven't gone that far yet. I was doing the big one.
10,000 is big.
Yeah, well, I was doing the jumbo, and now I'm going back to do the mini.
Oh, gosh, okay.
I am kind of sad that the jumbo cackpot you didn't get the
50% on?
because it's the make it rain thing. Yeah.
Why, thanks for coming, Cretaceous. When you're ready, speak of the conjurer yonder. She will show us the Lotus Stand. Send us in.
Change has come to the Garlean Empire, and we must discuss the implications.
The rumors are true, then? The War of Succession is ended?
It is. A new emperor reigns in Garlemald.
Who?
The birth and all too rapid expansion of the Garlean Empire is commonly attributed to the strategic brilliance of Solus Zosgalvis, yet he did not rule alone. Several members of the royal household also distinguished themselves during his reign. Nevertheless, it was the eldest son who stood to inherit the throne, until his most untimely passing.
I thought us fortunate when I learned that the Emperor had died without naming a successor.
Would that the Garlean Empire had died with him.
'Twas the grandson and his uncle who had the strongest claims, was it not?
Indeed. Yet claims count for little without the power to assert them. High Legatus Varus Ye Galvus is a respected military leader. Not so his uncle.
So young Varus has torn the crown from his uncle's grasp and taken his place at the head of the Empire.
Given the troubled nature of his succession, the new emperor will require time to seal his grip on power. Yet have no doubt but that he shall, for there are none left with strength enough to oppose him.
Since the success of Operation Archon, the remnants of the 14th Legion and the forces occupying Alamigo have done naught but fortify their positions. But you can be sure they'll be ready to march on us again, if their Emperor gives the word.
When, not if. They say this Varus was so set upon Eorzean annexation that he spoke out against the Meteor Project.
Plainly, the new emperor's intentions are of great concern to us all. I propose that we set aside the Cartano dispute for the present, and discuss what measures the Alliance might take to prepare for a resumption of hostilities with Garlemald. Moreover, I move that we re-examine the question of how our former allies in Ishgard might be persuaded to retake their place at our side. Could Eorzea but stand as one, 'twould deal a grave blow to our enemies' ambitions.
Well, I suppose we should be grateful that they have finally acknowledged the inevitability of Imperial attack. Who knows? They may even do something about it. If only the leaders of Ishgard would follow their example and stop hiding behind their gates, praying for the coming storm to pass them by. But that is a discussion for another time. At present, I am more concerned by the fact that the Alliance's mooted preparations will be made known to the Garleans many moons before their coming. So long as the ivy eludes our grasp, no secret is safe.
So, me and Elfnod have another journey. It will not have escaped your notice that the nations of Zora are no nearer to being the one of purpose, despite their protestations to the contrary. Plainly, the threat of the resurgent Garlemald is not enough to stir them. And the reason for this is deep-rooted mistrust amongst the citizenry. The nation's leaders come to all understanding they like, but their unity means little unless to the common folk. Like Laminza, for instance, though Admiral Merwib outlawed piracy over a decade ago, foreigners still picture the nation as a heaven for grog-swilling, wooden-legged cutthroats. In the likewise, Grenadians are mocked as hermits who talk to trees, and the Odin scorned as swindlers who worship the coin. Not that such settlements are entirely without grounds, of course. Take the Pillar of Odin Society, Telegi Adelgi, for example, but that is besides the point. The fact that the people are wary of the outsiders, whether they have the cause to be or not. On the basis, one could argue that the conflict at the Cardinal is necessary evil. Each nation has its own warmongering faction that advocates for the acquisition of Omega. In order to placate them, we present them something resembling the warfare, and thereby curb the appetite for full-scale conflict. But enough idle musing, and let us speak of more pressing matter, the Ivy. Since we spoke to the Absorptum, Captain Ilberd has further shortened his list of suspects, and by coincidence, the one he deems the most likely candidate is likely to come to Grindea. The hunt nears the end, Cretaceous. All that remains is to corner our quarry. Dig out Ilberd near the Adder's Nest. He will give me the particulars. Should there be any developments in Quethras, you may be sure that I will spend more word without delay. In the meantime, I wish you success in apprehending the Ivy. Why are you blocked? The quest not available. Level 80. Guess I'm getting to the area of Sniper where it's like, oh, yeah, you have to have level 80 for this. Well, that's for a Pictomancer questline, never mind.
Yeah.
Pictomancer any good?
That is current expansion. I hear good things.
You don't have it.
I don't have it.
I'm surprised. You own everything.
No, I had the expansion. I just haven't done it.
No, I meant you. I thought you had all the classes.
I don't have all the classes by far.
Thanks for coming, Scion. Jealous that the commander has informed you, but we have unmasked the Ivy. From the point on, we must proceed with extreme caution. Alright, what do we got here? On Earth. I mean, that one does look kind of cool. Listen well, the spot we have been seeking all this time is none other than the Flame Marshal Aline Roly Rabon's second in command. Prior to joining the Mortal Flame, she was a mercenary of small renown. They say her skill is with the polearm had to be seen to be believed. Of Ishgardian birth, she is the highest ranking of the foreigners in the Mortal Flames, bearing the Flame General himself, of course. When he formed the Grand Company, Rabon chose his people based on their worth. Whence they hailed was no of interest. The Montriists saw things differently, however. Having funded the enterprise, they reserved the right to reject candidates nominating for high-ranking positions. And 'twas no secret that they did not favor foreigners, Ishgardians especially, after the way the Holy See forsook the Alliance. Yet the Montriists did not raise so much as a murmur of protest when Roly was appointed to her post. Passing strange, is it not? Could it be that the Ivy has had some hold over the Montriist? Don't worry, mister, I can hide behind this rock. I am not a 20-foot tall dragon with a giant wizard hat. But these revelations are secondary to our current objective. Of foremost interest is Rolene's presence here now. As you may be aware, it's the duty of the Flame Marshal to command the Mortal Flames in the absence of the General. While Rabon attends the Council of Alliance Leaders, she should have remained in the Hall of Flames. The woman has no business being in Grindea, yet here she is nonetheless, on some pretense. She is up to something, mark my words. Even as we speak, I have a dozen men swelling the flames, records of evidence of Rolly's guilt. But if we can catch her red-handed, we will have all the proof we need. Which brings me to a plan. I have people watching the city gates, the airships landing in the docks. Every point of egress, she cannot leave without our knowledge. All that remains is to shadow her until she betrays her true purpose. You can rely upon your eyes, Scion. Sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? You have my thanks. Let us go then, and take care not to alert our quarry. Guess we're just speaking with him down the road a little bit. What are you playing tonight, Elite? Rolly is heading to the direction of the Blue Badger Gate. With me, Scion, at once! And so we run all the way down over here. So Rolene has entered the Charlene Canopy. Meeting someone perchance, or could it mean she's aboard an airship? Pray look for her within. If she is not on the upper floor, try the landing area below. When a mine is stationed there, she may have seen something. FB is her name. I shall remain here in Rosaline's appear. The who to whata?
These days, we're gonna have to teach you triple triad.
What's triple triad?
Our game.
I mean, I got Mahjong. That's basically the same thing, right?
No, it's not the same thing at all.
Nico told me it was the same thing. Playing Fortnite for a bit, and then cooked and now watching Star Trek. How was Fortnite, Elite? Assume you're playing for the new Star Wars expansion or something? Cretaceous, such an unexpected pleasure. What brings you here? Social visit, you say? How pleasant! No, she didn't come this way. I've noted every passenger and none bore any resemblance. Well, don't let me keep ya! You're a liar. Or she's a wizard and knocked him out. Nowhere to be seen, you say? And you sure she did not board an airship? She did not come back out either. Where in the subs the hell should we have gone? The roost? How could I have forgotten? Greetings, good sir. Might interest you in some Montoy tonic. A cup that day imbues a man with great vigor if you take my meaning. Perhaps another time, friend. Wait, that necklace. You're a Shinomi of Doma. The woman you seek has left Grandia by the way of West Shore Pier. She was attired as a merchant, but the eyes are not so easily deceived. You may wish to take your search by the East Shroud. Rest assured that we shall continue to support you from the shadows. Make the 12s the Domans. Were it not for their unique talents, Relive would have disappeared without a trace. What on earth? You want me to learn some card game, you say?
But eventually. Fun. Play it all over the world. Make some decent money off of it.
Alright, so I have to ask Sniper. Alright, are you watching my stream? I have a question. Is this air balloon tail on this armor piece just always a tail on the armor piece, or is that because I'm a dragon? Interesting choice.
Oh, great.
I don't see the purpose of it. Let's go with that one. Vero and Kingsburg taught me where I can store all my glamour stuff inside the house. Now I'm just grabbing armor that I think looks cool to store it in the chest for later. Oberyn's eager to resume pursuit of Eileen R'lyeh. Our hunt leads us to the east route, Scion. We suggest you follow R'lyeh's example and take the parade from the West Shore people. You doubtless wish to make certain preparations. See to them while I go ahead. I shall wait for you at the Sweet Bloom Pier. Now we'll just teleport. Fun played with Little John for a round or two. Oh, it's been a while since I played with him. I noticed he's been streaming a lot of Fortnite lately. I still can't get into Fortnite. I hear Sniper loves it though. Hello, Hops. Let's see here. Oh, Sniper, you left the group?
I need to do Air Force One.
Air Force One?
Oh, you right on.
This way, my friends. Your query makes for the Hawthorne Thought. If R'lyeh is truly the one we seek, we can expect that she makes the contact with her Garlean masters there. An explanation is in order. You are no doubt aware that the Garleans have their own methods of communicating over great distances. Well, our ingenious friends at the Garlanode Ironworks have provided us with a device which disrupts these communications. We have installed them around the city-states, and in doing so, we have made it difficult for Imperial agents to correspond with their masters. R'lyeh would thus have no choice but to rendezvous with her Imperial contact directly. Yet, as well-known face in the mortal flame, she cannot move about Fanon without being recognized, so it would only be a matter of time before someone saw through her disguise. Just for reason, I believe that she had chosen the Black Shroud for her clandestine meeting. The elite Elzine are a common sight here, and her comings and goings are not like to turn any heads. As myself tell, the Garleans have sent agents with a mind to destroy the devices and render such direct contact unnecessary. Fortunately, our shinobi have thus far been successful in rebuilding their efforts. Rebuilding. That is it. We only need to make for Hawthorne Hutch and catch R'lyeh and that. Actually, Sniper, you know the answer to this question. Or maybe not. I don't know if you ever owned a house in this game. Is it a monthly, or sorry, is it real money to own a house, or how does that work?
It's not real money. In-game money.
Because Ash was saying something about he had to log in to keep the house or something, so like...
Yeah, you have to tap it, otherwise it goes up for sale.
Okay, so you don't actually like pay out fee like delete Daners every week or something? Oh, okay. I feel report that our quarry has departed from the Bramble Patch. The Ivy returns to the gnarls whence she came, but perhaps it's all for the better. To convince someone of her standing, we will require the damning evidence against her. What could be better than to catch her in the act when she meets with the Garlean masters? My countrymen and I shall lie in wait in the shadows. Tread warily, my friends. Speak with you, Geary, at the Bramble Patch. Just beyond Relive is a conversation with an individual clad in the manner of an adventurer. An Imperial intermediary, no doubt. This is it, with me! Flame Marshal Aline Relive, you're under arrest for treason and espionage. You were followed, you bloody fool! Damnation! You are unarmed, my lady, and scarcely garbed for battle. But if you wish to fight, you are welcome to try. What is this meaning of this, Captain? Would you arrest me for strolling the 12's Blade? When last I looked, there was no crime. It was neither conversing with passing strangers. You would feign ignorance, then. Very well. If you not think of something to say, there will be plenty of time to say it later. Now come quietly, or I shall make you wish you had. I'll offer you no sugar. After all, I have naught to hide. Is this part of their plan? That seemed way too easy. Even a warrior of Rolly renown could not have hoped to escape by force. Despite her claim, her surrender does not bespeak innocence, but an awareness that her position is untenable. With the ivy thus uprooted, it is to be hoped that the tendrils she entwined around the mortal planes will gradually wither and die. Perhaps then the people of Oda will have the grand company they deserve. But let's speak of the present. If I may ask, what will you do now, Cretaceous? Well, hope we're going to fight Shiva. The plan seek a way to Iceheart's sanctum. Then I dare say you are eager to return to the Rising Stones. Pray do not let me keep you. Fear not, my countrymen and I shall tend to the aftermath. You need not waste your talents here. And speaking of talents, you have considered training in the art of shinobi. You have an aptitude for it, I believe so. So please give it some thought. Till next time, my friends. Is shinobi a class I can do?
Ninja.
Oh. Thought it was going to be something like above ninja. Let's see here. What are you playing tomorrow, Hobbs? Are you going to be on Star Citizen? Welcome back, Cretaceous. I understand that Alphnon had a task for you. May I ask what it was? Charges of treason and espionage against the Lean Wali. I can scarce believe it. Could there not have been some manner of misunderstanding? No one's avail us not to dwell on. Whatever the truth may be, we must trust to authorities to uncover it. To speak of another matter, I am pleased to report that we have made progress in our efforts to find a way into Iceheart's sanctum. As you may recall, Iceheart used the Aetheryte into the depths of the Snowcloak to teleport to a short distance to the west, most likely to the sanctuary of some description. It is there that we suspect that she means to summon Shiva using the crystal she stole from the House 4 Times caravan. The heretics believe they are bringing about the second coming of their Patreon saint, but if, as we suspect, they mean to hold a summoning ritual of the kind employed to the Beast Tribes, it seems likely the result will be something more akin to the primal. Suffice to say, they must be stopped, and stopped that we shall. But first, we must surmount the obstacle that Iceheart has placed in our path. Ordinarily, it would be a simple matter to tap into the establishment of the Aethernet and thereby follow our query. However, despite our best efforts, we have been unable to ascertain the position of the Aetherite to which she teleported. Our prevailing theory is that she destroyed the second Aetherite upon arrival, a reckless, desperate measure, but also a very effective one. After discussing the matter in length with Eorzea, I have concluded that we lack the expertise to develop a solution, which is why we have called upon the aid of one who does possess such expertise, a colleague of ours who is currently en route to the Revenant's Toll. From Charlotte, she should be arriving within an hour, in fact. Since you're here, perhaps we can welcome her together. I am certain she would appreciate the gesture. Let us make our way to the northern gates and await her coming. We're playing a little of both each day. We'll see how the day goes, I suppose. Gotcha. Alright, so we just have to wait for that outside. Perfect. I believe we are nearing Shiva. Which I also said earlier, too.
Wait a minute.
Well, that's okay. I still have more things to wait on. Let's see here. You. I was thinking about it, that or World of Warcraft. I've been having a little bit of issues lately with Star Citizen. It seems like my streams just keep dropping from the game.
Minfilia, am I right?
None other. I bid you welcome to Revenant's Toll, and thank you for traveling so far on such short notice.
As if I could ever say no to Eorzea.
Moonbreeder is an accomplished Sharlayan scholar and an authority on Aetherite technologies. She has played an invaluable role in our search for a means to capture Ascian souls.
Charmed, I'm sure.
Let us return to the Resin Stone at once, then we have much to discuss. I will say this game did a decent job of cutting out with a lot of like the random nuisance stuff, but it's kind of weird to have a meeting outside the town and then just have a meeting back inside the town instead of just having a meeting inside the town again.
Yeah.
And yeah, whatever they're doing into SC, it's making it a lot more intensive for my computer to run Star Citizen and OBS. I don't know what they've changed in the last few patches, but it's definitely a lot harder on it. At least for my current setup. I'm sure if I had like a 4090 and everything else, it'd probably be fine.
Moon! Gods, it's been ages!
Oh, longer, sister.
A joyous reunion indeed. Well, of course it is. Moon and I are like twin sisters.
Save in appearance and aptitude.
Everyone, if I could have your attention. We have with us an esteemed guest who has come from Sharlayan to assist us. I bid Moonbreeder join us here that she might share with us her extensive knowledge of Aetherites. Also, as many of you are already aware, she has been overseeing our research into white auracite, a sample of which she has been good enough to bring with her.
Well, I had to come, didn't I? You'd have to be bloody daft to turn your nose up at a chance like this. Where better to conduct my final tests than a land so steeped in ether you can taste it?
'Tis plain the passage of the years hath done little to dampen thy youthful spirits. And nothing at all to reform thy youthful manner.
Oriange, where in the hells have you been hiding?
Unhand me.
I come all this way, and that's what you have to say to me. I much preferred when you were pleading with me to drop everything and hurry to your side. What was it you said? None save thee can satisfy this need.
Go on. Thine artless attempts to misrepresent mine all too innocent motives do thee little credit. Mine intent, as well thou knowest, was but to impress upon thee the gravity of the circumstance. Lest thou doubt, a deiform entity shall shortly be summoned, save if thou and no other grantest my compeers thine aid.
You still haven't found it, then? Your missing Aetherite?
We have not. No. We know that Iceheart teleported to an Aetherite not far from the first. Yet even after careful analysis, we could not locate the second beacon. We now suspect that the heretics destroyed the second Aetherite to impede our pursuit. Our allies continue to scour Snowcloak for Iceheart's sanctuary, but we have no guarantee that they will find it. Yet it must be found, for even now Iceheart prepares to call upon Saint Shiva.
I'm sorry, but if the Aetherite's been destroyed, then that's that. Although, you're absolutely sure she used the first Aetherite, are you? She didn't just use teleportation magics?
One of our own bore witness to her escape. I can say with absolute certainty that Iceheart used the Aetherite.
case, there might be a way, so long as the ethereal current is still flowing.
Truly? How?
We use the current to recreate the beacon. As you know, Aetherites are a bit like lighthouses. We use them to reconstitute our physical forms when crossing the ethereal sea. Without them, we'd lose all sense of direction and our essence would dissipate. However, we don't rely solely on these beacons. There are currents of ether which flow between them, currents which help guide us to our destination. Now, these currents will gradually dwindle away to nothing if an Aetherite is destroyed. But if even a sluggish flow remains, we could theoretically use it to direct a surge of concentrated ether towards the void left by the beacon, and thereby fill it up again.
Like opening the floodgates to fill a dry riverbed. Though, correct me if I'm wrong, but would we not need a veritable reservoir of ether?
In concert, we might manage to channel a sufficient volume, yet that is not my chief concern. To direct the flow of so great a volume of ether with the requisite precision would be a nigh impossible task in itself.
I barely succeeded in facilitating travel to an unattuned beacon. That which you describe sounds considerably more difficult.
And dangerous. Every person who has attempted to teleport in this fashion has died in the process. They, however, did not have white aura sight at their disposal. I can use it to channel all the ether you can give me into the Aetherite. However, white aura sight cannot retain ether for an extended period of time, so we would need to infuse it immediately beforehand. Just so you know, I'd confidently give this plan better than even odds of success. And if the worst comes to worst, your people won't suffer.
Though it risked the lives of our best and brightest, we have not the time to seek other options. If the ethereal current still flows, we shall carry out Moonbreeder's plan.
That's the spirit. Let's roll the dice.
It's a cutscene, Mustang. I've already informed the Alphanot of our plan to recreate the beacon in the manner of Moonbrida described. He agreed that despite the inherence of danger, it represents our hope of success. He also said that he wished to meet you at the Snowcliff before proceeding. I expect you will find him waiting for you there when you arrive. I want you to know that I appreciate everything you've done on our behalf, Cretaceous, and I have faith that you'll return to us as you always have. Look at you, so happy to do a lethal experiment. Of course I am. I love explosions and chaos. Part of the brand.
Part of my thing.
Yeah, exactly, you know? We're always very well organized here. By the way, Vero, we did not succeed when you got off. After a few attempts, everyone else, that second group also got tired and went to bed. And by then, we were left with like 4 people, and then it went down to 3, then we stopped.
They did a favorite Asian pastime. They went fishing.
Fishing's not just an Asian thing.
Yeah, I don't really count rednecks with beer.
Fishing's what? What?
I don't count rednecks with beer.
Yeah, so I got my fishing reel up to like 25. Now I just need everything else to get caught up to actually utilize the fish.
I remember fishing being like very lucrative on the it could have changed since I did it, but
That's actually how I got to level, I think it was like 24, 25. I was like 15, and then thankfully we were still in the Oceania server, so... Well, I guess it's thankful and unthankful at the same time. We got stuck waiting 15 minutes to get on the boat, but the boat was empty. It was me, Kingsbird, and then like 2 random people that I guess also grouped up for it. But we had spots! It was really cool. But at least we know to level up quickly, at least. And then I finally have the... Oh, my inventory's full again. I got the release thing now, so I can toss things out when I don't need them.
okay.
I figured the fishing one's kind of straightforward, so that one I did off stream. I guess I could just buy the lures again.
So I noticed you got 208 lures.
Good to see you, Cretaceous. I was starting to wonder if you were having second thoughts. Captain Ilbert sends his regards by the way he attends to the interrogation of Aline, Roli, and Odal even as we speak. But I shall not distract you from the matter at hand. We can discuss the ivy upon your return. Trust that by which I mean, the others are waiting for us at the 8th right after you, Scion. Yeah, I did go ocean fishing. So you asked earlier then, my bad. There, it's ready! It worked, I think. Try tuning to that right now. Fill for the courage and try to locate the beacon. We've done all we can, Cretaceous. For now, let us withdraw. When your final preparations are complete, you must seek out the beacon we have created. If by the grace of the 12 you arrive safely, you must atop the Ice Heart before she summons Shiva. We cannot ignore the possibility that our actions have altered the Ice Heart to our plans. Or alerted, sorry. Should that be the case, she may attempt to hasten the completion of the summoning ritual. And if she succeeds, they will have little choice but to face the Shiva in battle. Knowing little of this saint, I cannot say if your own strength will suffice, so I would encourage you to call upon your allies. Some may have reservations about wagering their lives on the success of the Monbrida's experiment, but others would surely agree to desperate times call for desperate measures. But before you assemble your party, pray speak with that knight. I believe he has a message from you from Sir Aymeric. Sir Aymeric regrets to inform that he could not be here in person. That I ask you to read this letter. Ishgard faces an unprecedented threat, yet in our hour of need, it is not her knights who stand poised to defend her. Cretaceous, the warrior of light, savior of Azora. Your deeds this day shall not be forgotten. Where others would flee, you chose to remain. Where others would falter, you rise to the challenge. Where others would use their gifts for selfish ends, you wield yours in the service of a greater cause. May alone bless you with the good fortune and see you safely home. So we keep raiding, right? I mean, for the weekends? Yeah, exactly, Vero. Unless you have more days available. I figure that's why I picked Saturday, that way we can include you in the list. I'm going to grab a drink real quick, and Sniper, are you ready, or what are you doing?
I am doing a dungeon. I'll be done maybe soon. There's a lot of bosses in this one.
I'll grab a drink, and we'll plan from there. I believe we're ready to fight Shiva on hard, though.
I think Shiva only comes in hard. Boss.
By the way, I've completed the Dawn Show main story quest. Oh, nice! Congratulations! Going to go off the assumption you're still in the dungeon, Sniper?
Yeah, but I only got one boss left.
Oh, what do you know?
Because there's only one set of question marks left on the duty information. That was an educated guess.
There'll be 2 bosses in the area.
That last set of question marks is defeat this boss. So.
Well, Miro, now I am stuck trying to get the rest of my stuff cut up as well.
You repairing, or are you?
Crafting, I don't have anything to repair with.
All you need is some dark matter.
I assume you probably need the armor roll, don't you?
don't know if any cracker can do everything. Pretty sure it can. Kind of like when building an airship, every cracker can contribute regardless of what they're making. So if they're like making brace plates out of metal, you can still use a weaver to do it.
Gotcha.
Hey guys, come on, do me a favor and stop spawning more. Fighting here.
Welcome back, Vero.
So here, as you get further into the game, I'm going to warn you, even with NPCs, they get really hard. Like, when you're using NPCs, you get like one mistake and you think it's over.
Sniper wanted to do a dungeon, so we're waiting on Sniper before we go in.
Well, I really expect it to be done by the time people got to the cheaper part, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I was like, well, why are you guys waiting? Go in.
That's rude. Hey, you know, you could take a quick trip to the Gold Saucer, maybe unlock Triple Triad.
Or we could queue up for the dungeon.
Yeah, but one of those, you leave somebody out and abandoned.
And poor Nico, he's fallen asleep on his little robot. Oh great, you got Nico all the way watching a movie.
I don't like the amount of human teeth on these monsters.
Yeah, what movie you watching?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I really don't like the overabundance of human teeth on the monsters on Titan.
Oh, I need one more. Yeah, for anyone watching now, we're just waiting for Sniper to get done and then we'll queue up for the dungeon.
Yeah. No, she keeps saying that it's not making this monster die any faster.
No, but for anyone who joins and wondering why we're just sitting in front of a dungeon, it might be nice to know why you're just sitting here waiting. So now they do. Are you going to see the new Jurassic Park when it comes out, Nico? Be honest, I didn't even know they were putting a new one out, and then I didn't even realize that they were having like a whole game come out with it.
You'll make this work even better.
What?
If the NPCs didn't use the limit break.
see here.
Really like for the NPCs. Damn it.
You're basically begging them to use the thing.
The news is this time when we go into the fight, we'll have a limit break. Because a lot of the time they don't even use the limit break on bosses. They use it on regular mobs. Why the hell would you use a limit break on regular mobs? What
It's a bot.
What are you thinking, Eorzea? You can't be the only one who sees that as a problem.
Might be.
Don't mind about it.
That means you are the one who sees it as a problem? Alright, fine, try to finish it. Which dungeon are you doing?
NSP? NSPOcky?
So you beat it?
No, but I just didn't get killed. Sometimes that's enough, you know.
Wait, let's see here.
God, that was perfect.
You said you were funny in the last part, or?
Yeah, on the last buff. I'm halfway down.
Guess we'll keep waiting, Nico. I'll go back to crafting. You going to get the new Jurassic Park game, Nico? It's only actually have baby dinosaurs in that game, so I'm not sure if they're actually going to add in like a whole step like mating or how that works. The last one though, my dinosaurs were very rude and they kept causing havoc.
I need a better trainer.
I agree. Owen Grady was not a good trainer. And in fact, he tried to con everybody else into doing it his way.
Clutch it. Clutch it, Eorzea!
With a shot. Something is broke.
Something.
Yeah, with what? Unless you're talking about what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm stuck trying to craft stuff while we wait. Let's see here, 94. How's work going today, Vero? Alright, it's got that, you... I hope it doesn't take a long time to find people for this dungeon.
You got a 10 kit?
Yep, once you get here.
Well, then we'll have a healer.
Oh, you ready? Give me an invite, Nico. Okay, yeah, it's this weird one. Or it queues instantly? I thought you said it doesn't find it in the duty finder.
No, it doesn't. It's not usable with it.
Oh, but it's still in the duty finder. I don't know. I thought I clicked on the amphitheater.
Snow cloak.
Well, apparently we're running this one too.
You did this one.
No, me and Nico did this one. Oh, we're getting the poetic since that person's never done it, so I guess that's convenient. I forgot that the whole you have to unselect the previous mission thing.
Yeah, that's kind of boring.
Yeah, it's kind of dumb. They need to do away with that.
Reroll, dude. Reroll.
I grabbed a bit too many. See you playing, Nico. Oh, I thought you were leveling up a different class. Fells with his sword look kind of funny. Dead. Mine's so good. The last time I survived.
Yeah, had enemies on me too. They grab it up.
Yeah, I was stuck. A little bit too much, my bad.
They're all out of the over. Snowdrift bad.
What is snowdrift?
You see the wind that goes across that chasm there?
Okay, so just cross the chasm then? Is that what you're saying?
Not in it.
I think all of us out the chasm means you too, Nico. this next part's easier. Okay, so you want me to pull before the blizzard and then stop?
Not pull things through the drift.
Okay, so it is fight before every blizzard. Got it.
I am equal to your level right now.
Yeah.
I'm wearing 50 gear. I have the skill.
I get it. So stop before we move across the blizzard and then kill.
I'll get the slight bonuses from having like level 100 gear. Yes, they do bring the gear score down a bit, but you still get a little more bonuses than one at actual level 2. I'm not going to be able to heal like somebody who's like 3 inches ahead.
I'll stop. There was only 2 things, so I figured we can move forward with those 2 and grab the others. But we can fight these 2 things. Now we move to the 2 big things, right? Or what do you want me to do here?
That's okay. The added bonus, the smaller tool, just being able to actually build up.
Which one are you watching, Nico? The first one? Nice. Saw that in theaters when they re-released it. It was a very empty theater. Oh, I thought the Jurassic World one was pretty good. They got a little unique with their storyline the further they got though, but I thought the very first Jurassic World was actually pretty good. Little squirrel did not survive.
Apparently wants to die, don't he?
Oh, in a bad spot.
Like, in the overlapping.
Oh no, our last healer kept me alive for that part.
Well, you didn't die, did you? But I would say that's not the best spot to be in. Is a double orange.
Yeah, be too easy of a job. Nico says, always blame the healer.
Not incapable, just saying that as far as moves go, that was important. I would say, rule of thumb, if you have your choice of being in a double warrant or being literally anywhere else, go the second.
No, it'd be too easy on you. We gotta have it a little bit tough.
Remember, there is a rule that if you feel your tank is overly dominant,
And then the whole party wipes.
That doesn't make any sense. Like you said, he didn't die or anything, but I was just...
That was over half.
Have a choice between warrant or being anywhere else in the playfield.
I think he's just venting his frustration on the random dude that ruined everything.
Yes, it's obviously the rant dude.
Big. Well, I mean, the school dude did purposely try to make you work a little hard, too. It's a group effort. Now we just need Nico to start doing it, too.
After last night, I'm used to people running towards me when they should.
I can't believe we didn't manage to finish it last night.
We get awfully close a few times.
We did with that group, yeah. The next set of people, we had Laxa, which she knew what she was doing, so, or she, he, whatever it was. But they knew what they were doing, so at least it wasn't too bad. But we also had a couple other randoms who didn't want to join the Discord, who didn't know what to do, so then it was a whole trying to explain everything in chat again. And it was just like the first time where we had to like keep wiping.
Not bashing anyone when I say this, right? But it would be really cool if the one person that had to explain everything is what I did have a mic.
Well, unless you buy him a mic, I doubt he's going to randomly buy one.
I get it, I'm just saying, like, so I'm not dogging. And, practicality, the one explaining needs to explain.
Apparently he's like a renowned person in the Oceania servers. I guess he's like the raid guy.
I don't know anything.
Well, that's because we're not in the Oceania servers constantly. Your internet dying?
I'm noticing a little bit of bouncing, like a minute everyone here, and then one's above, like a little bit ahead of me.
Sound like your voice started to lag a little bit too.
Right.
Well, the randoms probably watched the cutscene. This is the first time they did the dungeon.
$20 if you don't. Anybody.
A random? Why is that? Is it only like your first time or something?
No, at the end of, well, yeah, you probably don't get this a whole lot, but at the end of dungeon run, there you have a chance that you get to give somebody a commendation.
I don't have a quick way of solving a party. You want to tell him to stand behind a crystal? That's not about to crack. Also frozen. Oh, great. There we go. I got it. Max health right now.
And I got those hands off before I died.
You were too close to those crystals.
I was. Like I said, I was literally right on the edge of the orange when it procced. I was.
I forgot the D in red, but oh well. At least the random got the point.
You go. But I don't use the random.
I don't think you did limit break last time, did you, Nico?
No guarantee that the random wouldn't have done it. I really like on a single boss, really DPS to be the one to live.
At least we got. Oh, I can do accommodation. Oh, it's to the random though.
Right. So he's gonna get them all. He gives one.
Work eats me away. This is going to be a long day. That's not good. Hold on, subdue fighter.
It was not the person who resurrected him twice.
What? Well, I gave it to the samurai dude. Doing what? Accommodation? I don't know, maybe. Yeah, we're doing Shiva now. I clicked on the wrong one because I forgot we had to clear the thing. Assume that the DPS didn't fall asleep again.
So for you, this is how everyone gets to give one commendation at the end of the night or trial.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't give them to people in a pre-made party. That's why.
You should never have come here, warrior of light. I labor only to forge a lasting peace. A peace you would deny us out of ignorance and blind faith. No matter. If it is our fate to be at odds, then it is mine to strike you down. We whom gods and men have forsaken shall be the instruments of our own deliverance. Partake of my flesh. Fill this vessel with your light. Walk amongst your brothers and sisters once more. Oh, Saint Shiva, still the hatred within our hearts and bless us with eternal
Background music. Beer's doing all the world's most random ones. I assume this won't be too bad on hard though. It's probably just only hard on extreme, right?
Oh no, that's both solo.
Interesting. Well, that's not good. Yeah, we don't need it either.
Oh, by the way,
music kicked in at least. The whole arena just dodge this.
can be done. You have to run around and end in the middle. If you know where the first circle was, as soon as it drops, center's there. Miss it all.
So, my plan was to face the boss away, but then all the other ones also ganked me. I don't know, that dude was getting his butt kicked, so I grabbed the aggro from him, and then he never grabbed the boss back to me. Hey, Nico's still alive. Oh, he's frozen, never mind.
Yeah, he's still alive, but he's gotta be broken out.
Don't worry, Nico, people definitely are on their way to get you. Maybe.
Broken out, that's the thing.
By the way, just so you know, that the other healer was like, I never healed in real content, so you might want to give him some advice or something.
I don't know anything about healing for this, but
you're the healer. Yeah, I know. Well, he's asking for advice. Do you have anything to give him? Put it in the chat.
Keep everyone alive.
Oh, okay, I guess we're going in. I guess I'll off tank if they're going to try to grab the aggro. Last time they didn't hold it though. Come on, big guys, come over here. Will they not stay aggro or something? Should I use my cover on you, or who should I use it on, Sniper? Or anyone? Infamous Siva Circle.
The big kicker is don't move when she freezes the ground.
She didn't pick you to step on? We kept running the same direction as Nico, that was my bad. It was one of us, I don't know which. Man, how greedy are you going to be? You're going to sit there and wait till someone gives you nation.
I want them to have the option. That's not greedy. That's giving them a chance.
Fool. Blind, bloody fool.
It was a good song, I agree.
You, of all people, should understand the suffering war begets. That no sacrifice is too great if it brings an end to the violence. Mine is the righteous cause. You fight in a war you do not understand. A pawn of liars and schemers. And they are no less ignorant than you, following the creed of their fathers without question, never thinking to ask why. Trapped in a delusion of their own creation, and blind to the truth. Warrior of Light, redemption is not beyond us. We who walk before may lead those who walk after. Seek the Keeper of the Lake. See with eyes unclouded. Do not squander Mother's gift. Hear, feel, think.
And so the vessel withdraws, a predictable outcome. Nevertheless, La Habrea will be pleased. How unfortunate.
By the 12, you're alive. I mean, of course you're alive. Why wouldn't you be? Sergeant, what? And you're certain about that, are you? Dravians are skilled with glamours, after all. Look, if you say this is what you saw, I believe you. It's just that I've never heard a primal being summoned like that before. Are you sure you're not being injured? Head trauma has been known to cause hallucinations, you see? No? Fair enough, I was only asking. If you ask me, there's not to be gained from mulling over the implications of your story in the freezing cold. Let's save it for the Resin Stones, eh? I'll get everyone to meet us there. Ah, but before that, you had best pay a visit to Whitebrim Front to speak with Alfnod. He's probably worried sick about you. That or he's busy playing politics with his guardians. Either way, I'm sure he'll be delighted to see that you heal and healthy. Speaking of which, don't have a headache or anything, no? Do you? Blurred vision? Oh, no reason. See you again. She had no faith in us. So now that I did the Shiva fight, I should have the other extreme unlocked, right, Sniper?
I think that's another one you have to go talk to Eorzea about.
Yeah, but now that I did Shiva, he should have the quest from Eorzea, right?
But yeah, if not, you have to complete a couple more quests. Kind of like with,
yeah, that's what I'm...
You had to complete a couple quests for Relive.
That's what I'm finding, but they never told me when I need to go back. Gotta finish the patch first? But how do I know when the end of the patch is? There he is, and none the worse for wear. Was there ever any doubt that the Warrior of Light would succeed? I think I speak for all of us when I say I should like nothing more than to hear the stirring tale of your victory, if you would so be so kind. But you see, she turned to this giant, though we slayed her. We were too late to prevent the summoning. But not too late to prevent the further loss of life, an outcome worthy of celebration. And for one which we have Cretaceous to thank. Yes, you are right, of course, Sir Amic. We should be content with what we have accomplished. I, for one, could not have wished for a better outcome. Shiva is no longer a threat, and the heretics have been routed. Aye, and there is a matter of the Ice Heart's escape, but we cannot run forever. Whether it takes days, weeks, or moons, or even years, my knight will find her. In the meantime, Lord Dillermont, is the caravan ready? The supplies that the men have recovered have been prepared for transport in accordance with your wishes. Rest assured, my knights will see to them safely to Revenant's Toll. Of course, I have no doubt. Taken to these self-same supplies the heretic stole from the House of Fortem's caravan. Less the crystals which compromised the bulk of the shipment, yes. Scarcely a fraction of which was promised, but a meaningful contribution to your cause all the same. Ah, on an unrelated note, Cretaceous, might I trouble you to accomplish me to Camp Dragonhead at your earliest convenience? 'Tis not my benefit. A certain lord was distressed when he heard of your intent to risk life and limb to stop Icehurt. Took half a dozen knights to restrain him, I told. Yeah, I don't know who it was. Men give vent to their anxieties in myriad ways. Pray do not think less of him. The patch you are playing right now is called Dreams of Ice. The patch's last quest usually has an achievement. Apparently it really wants me to be this robot today. Wait a minute. Gear. Well, thanks for the help killing Shiva. So why did you use to solo it? Does it have like a really cool mount that you can get or something? Did another horse?
Yes.
I'm going to go on a limb here. Is it an ice horse?
It is a ice horse. Yes, the song that in the second phase is the radio. Hers was the first horse out.
What are you thinking, Cretaceous? Waging your very big being on a dubious theory which might allow you to enter Iceheart's lair, knowing full well that she could have sufficient forewarning to complete your ritual summon Shiva anyway? And then engaging in the abomination of mortal combat! By the Furies, Cretaceous, 'tis the stuff of ballads! A battle for the ages, would that I had been there to fight by your side! Yet there I was forced to wait, condemned to wonder the fate of the dear friend for a veritable eternity. Would not wish such torture on my most hated enemy. But here you are now, and that is what truly matters. Let's move on. Sir Aimrig wished to have these words with you. Master Alphnot in private, he awaits us in the intercessory. Which would be around the corner, in the dungeon cell. Alright, mister. Allow us in. Once we finish Quail Raid, interested in doing the primal extreme fights. We could. Greetings, sir. I shall show you in at once.
On behalf of the Holy See of Ishgard, allow me to express my deepest thanks. Never before have we been required to contend with a primal. Indeed, there were fears in some quarters that our knights might not be equal to the task. From what we have now learned of these beings, I can say with certainty that we would have lost a great many men had the Scions not intervened.
Then the argument for preemptive action should be self-evident. Perchance now you will reconsider my proposal that Ishgard move against Natalan.
Ere we first met, a similar proposal was tabled, but the Holy See decreed that we were to observe, and that military action should be taken only in self-defense. All things considered, it was not an unreasonable decision. Since the Calamity, 2 vigils have fallen to the Horde, while Garuda has never shown any inclination to storm the gates of judgment. Which is why this unprecedented crisis and its resolution may prompt a change in policy. You who have faced these primals know well the threat they pose. Ishgard did not. Not until now. And there is naught like a brush with death to change a man's outlook.
At the very least, this should silence any lingering objections to our arrangement with Revenant's Toll. The Holy See may even feel moved to grant us its formal endorsement.
So far as it is possible, the Scions shall be compensated for their service.
We should be grateful for any aid you can provide.
As a gesture of good faith, I shall withdraw my previous request. Your people are doubtless needed elsewhere.
That will not be necessary. We too have a vested interest in watching Dravania's movements.
I see. Once more, I must thank you.
Sir Emmerich, if I may, do you truly believe that Midgardsormr could return?
The heavens are a window unto truth, but those who interpret their movements are not infallible. I requested your involvement as a precautionary measure.
But of course, you sought an excuse to compensate us from the first, mindful of what would happen if Revenant's Toll were taken by your enemies. Ishgard is not wont to aid its neighbors, but that does not preclude it from manipulating them to serve its own interests.
Choose your next words carefully.
Do you know what sort of man becomes Lord Commander of the Temple Knights? One who comes from good stock. I did not. Yet here I am. Now, why do you suppose that is? Because I swiftly learned to tell the difference between words, deeds, and beliefs. You are correct, Master Leveilleur. Ishgard desires to see Revenant's Toll flourish, as it would present a troublesome obstacle to our enemies from the south.
We are so glad to be of use to you.
As we are to you. Ours is a mutually beneficial arrangement, lest we forget, one born of necessity. The dragons grow more restless by the day, and the heretics harry us nigh without cease. We have contended with such troubles for centuries, but there are limits to even our endurance. Yet as a pauper is loath to part with his meager possessions, the leaders of Ishgard are not wont to render up their trust to outsiders. But with perseverance on our part, they may yet be made to see the light. Nevertheless, one must take care when walking the road less traveled.
Wise words, Sir Emmerich. I shall make a point to remember them. I must apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope it will not sour our good relations.
Not at all. You but spoke from the heart. I trust you understand that at times my duties may prevent me from meeting with you. On such occasions, my second-in-command will speak for me.
Lucia, at your service. Pray excuse our reticence. We are but wary of speaking too freely, lest our sentiments be made known to our enemies. Know that the Lord Commander and I are of one mind. For the sake of Ishgard, and of Eorzea at large, I pray our peoples can put aside their differences. Those who dwell in the past risk losing sight of their future.
Should aught befall one of our shipments, pray inform Lucia immediately. You may also relay to her any words you might have for me alone. Not being of Ishgardian birth, she owes no allegiance to any noble house, making her as near to incorruptible as one can find in my homeland. Suffice it to say, I trust her completely, and so may you. Which reminds me, Lord Orchefort, if you would be so kind?
Certainly.
In times such as these, trust is ever in short supply. Mayhap this will go some way to rectify the problem. The results of our investigation into the heretics' recent attacks, as well as our interrogation of the merchant you detained.
Sir Emmerich, I cannot thank you enough.
Think nothing of it. Ishgard may be many things, but it is no friend to Garlemald.
Did I not tell you to have faith, my friend?
The road less traveled. But with a reason to celebrate, Alphnod looks rather grim. It would seem we have much to discuss with our friends at the Rising Stones. If what you say is true, the Ice Heart's method of summoning Shiva defies all precedent. It necessitates a complete reprisal of the primal threat and on our approach to combating it. However, there are grave ramifications if the world of incident reaches Imperial ears. The Growling Empire believes the primals are an insufferable menace. Their mere existence is a threat to their very star. As such, they deem any action taken against the beast tribes to be justified by default. Imagine then it became known that it's not only the beast tribes of Eorzea that could summon the primals, but their civilized people as well. Any lingering objections to the Eorzea campaign would vanish overnight. Where before we had contend with a single Imperial Legion, we could well find ourselves facing the combined might of the all of Garlemald. But I speak unadvisedly. Come, Cretaceous, better we continue this conversation more to another. Alright, so before I do that, I'll go check, see if we have the extreme fight. Have you ever done an extreme fight sync, Sniper? Like, legitly.
How do you, legit?
I don't know. Just making sure you've done it, like, fully synced. What about you, Nico? Hey, thanks for following. Vera was saying after we do the coils, we should do that next. Going to assume your Rangers probably not going to have anything again. Of course not.
I haven't done any fights, but I have done 7.
It's kind of similar. Do you have that different kind of horse that the dude had earlier? Or whatever you call it.
The yellow?
Yeah, that one that you were like, oh, you need to have like all 8 horses to get.
Yeah, all.
No? How many do you need?
Not the ones to West Allo.
Words cannot well express how glad I am to see you return to us hale and whole. Needless to say, I am most eager to hear your account of that which occurred in Kurthis, assuming you're ready to speak of it. Excellent. I shall summon the others at once. Iceheart used her own body as a vessel for a primal soul?
Master Louis Soir's writings make no mention of such a possibility. Can we be certain this entity was a primal?
She felt pretty primal.
As certain as we can be that good King Mogglmog the 12th was a primal, I should think. Both were ostensibly summoned.
Let's not quibble over definitions. Of more concern is the implication that Iceheart retained her will, even after she was possessed. We are talking about a mortal, wielding the power of a primal.
It can't possibly be that easy, can it? There must be some sort of sacrifice required. Or maybe she's just special?
What qualities this woman possesseth, I know not. But full sure am I that she was groomed for this role. Few are privy to the secrets of summoning, and but a single party standeth to profit from their dissemination.
Well, I wouldn't presume to comment on how the lass came to know about summoning, but I will say that what she summoned was a primal. The readings were the same, or near as damn it. Strange as it all sounds, it's really no different from what you've faced before.
Then mayhap it is time that we re-examined our previous encounters.
Pack your things, Ida. We're going back to Gridania.
Yes, sir.
About Iceheart's final words to you. Hear, feel, think. Hydaelyn speaks to her as well. If Iceheart is blessed with the power of the Echo, she will doubtless have used it to further her goals. Or could it be that it was a revelation granted her by the Echo which first set her on this path? Do you think she has knowledge of the origins of the Ishgardian-Dravanian War? It would do much to explain her unwavering conviction.
Did not the Lady Iceheart implore thee to seek the Keeper of the Lake? And did she not imply that in so doing thou wouldst come to see with eyes unclouded?
Midgard-Zoma was a king amongst kings who reigned for centuries on end. But he is dead and his wisdom lost to the ages. Unless the Ishgardians' fears are well-founded. It would seem we have yet another reason to stand watch over the Keeper of the Lake. For a mercy, we are well positioned to do so. Iceheart, Shiva, Ascians, and Midgard-Zoma. I shudder to think how they're all connected.
We discover the canals for knowledge of the Midgard-Zoma. Give his great age, I dare say he appears in more than a few. Do you hear that? The commotion outside. Would you see if it's aught is amiss? All of us are suspicious. Cretaceous. 'Tis well that you are in hand. We have a problem. Relive has escaped. It happened shortly after the mortal flames took her into custody. She had been placed in a dungeon cell ahead of her coming to trial, but apparently the combination was not to her liking. The turnkey was found slain along with 2 guards. 'Tis plain she received inside help. Since this report, Relive is quitting the city via the Gate of Nuld with a bloodied spear in her hands. She makes for Castrum Meridium. I'm certain of it. With her fate in Eorzea as good as sealed, what recourse has she but to flee to her imperial masters? Even as we speak, Captain Ilberd and the First are hot upon Relive's heels. Pray make haste to the Camp Blue Frog to join the hunt. That stings to use the perspent for that. You said you think I was 40 quests at the start of the night, Nico? Ooh, it's over there. Hello, Viper. That's a cool little emote you got. Alright, so let's see. So we'll do that. So you said always do your DPS as your main story quest line, right, Sniper?
Yeah, that's a good experience.
Doing pretty good. How about you?
That you can generally get.
Alright, thanks for coming, Scion. I have spoken with the soldiers here. They say that Rolly walked through the camp not a bell ago. Aye, she walked right through. Do not mishear. We have Ralbon's decision to keep the master secret. To thank for that. Bad for morale, he said. As a result, not a single flame in the garrison made any attempt to detain her. And so we are here. Rolly must not allow to reach Castrum Meridium. You for 18 minutes, but other than that, good. Oh, are you in Materia server? Yeah, just assuming that's the whole 18-minute thing. That's why I've been doing my my caster for everything else except for boss fights. For boss fights, better just to go to tank, that way it goes quicker. Oh, do Japanese have long queue times too? Interesting. We noticed that when we visit Materia, it takes a few minutes to get grouped up usually. Queuing for trials. Ah. Are you queuing for early game trials or more for the later game stuff? Another one of the viewers here is also on the Japanese servers. I think she's working tonight. She's trying to finish Stormblood. Oh, you're not too much further ahead of me. Alright, time for me to leave the group. Nico, you've been promoted. Hold on. Nico, you've been promoted. It's the battle for the Reason Relay. Hello, JP server. This wretch was Raleigh. He threw himself at us, that his mistress might escape. She didn't blink when we cut him down, not even when he started screaming. No loyalty, even to her own. The goddamn harpy. With me, Scion, we almost have her. Just a few hundred to kill. Nice and easy. She's probably tired of seeing us by now. Alright, so we'll focus on the mech. He's probably going to be the highest DPS out of everyone here. Maybe just solo attacks, and it seems like we're a little bit overpowered for this. There's a group there. I'll take advantage of that. Advance. By the way, we do go to Materia pretty often. If you ever want to visit a data center, we usually jump over on Saturdays to do coils. We might be expanding that to other bigger trials and raids once we get further along in the process. really think, Sniper, would this game ever hit the Game Pass where the monthly fee would be free? Yeah, that'd be my luck. As soon as I buy it, they're going to magically make a deal with Microsoft. Hey, you say that, but Microsoft has deep pockets.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you're hurting for revenue or not. Deep pockets are deep pockets.
Deep enough to cover all of our accounts that we're playing.
Microsoft's got a pretty big pocket. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that it was on Xbox to begin with. You what? Huh. I sure hope those people can die, because they're definitely not being protected very well. Is one that you have to keep everybody alive. Well, that's going to complicate things.
You can't kill nobody.
Yeah. I was doing fine too. I hate the ones where you got to keep people alive. Just focusing on the boss will let it finish clear? Or she can't die. There's only be one guy that actually survived, I'm guessing. no clue what I did different that time. I usually just watch the stream and have zero idea what's going on. You never played an MMO, Mustang. Fight her and do it first. Yes, sir. Good work, men. She and her Imperial cronies have pushed us close, but we were better. Well, you were dead, actually, mister. Behold, a respected officer of the Mortal Flames. People looked upon you as one of the Order's founding members, one of its pillars, and it saddens me to see you fallen so low. What would you know of low? You're a spoiled little lordling who has never known any want. People of such take you wealth and birth for granted. You think it's for God's given right to rule over others? You know not for our plight, the injustice that we low-bornish guardians must endure. To the noble lords and ladies, we are not people, but resources to be consumed. I did what I had to survive, stealing, killing, even myself. It is no fault of mine, as fools imagined me as a paragon when I joined the Flames. Dare you tell it? One would think you're the only person to have suffered. In the case you've forgotten, Rabban himself was born into poverty, as was I. We lived hand to mouth with little more than the shirts on our backs. Hunger was our first constant companion. Yet never did we bemoan our lot in life, nor did we begrudge others their fortune. We accept the hand that we had been dealt, that played in the best of our abilities. Life was a battle, aye. But no matter what fate threw at us, we took it all on our chin and came back for more. Everything we have, we fought for. Are we any different then? 'Tis true that we are both born mercenaries of lowly birth, and 'tis true that we both had our fair share of struggles. But whereas I sold my sword, you, Marshal, you sold your comrades. If life has taught me one thing, it's you never betray your own. I would sooner cut off my own arm than raise a hand against a friend. But enough talk. You will return to Ul'dah to face justice and the people whose trust you have dragged through their gutter. Not so much of a hint of remorse, huh? Well, that's the sordid businesses finally at the end. A friend betrayal cuts deeper than steel. We must hope that we have chosen our allies more wisely for Rabban's. Chose his.
I have heard. Truly bothersome business. No, I do not foresee a problem on that front. The main concern is Robban. There is no telling what the brute might do. Have the Blades watch him in the flames day and night. You may leave the Sultana to me. I shall personally attend her grace. Sever one of the East Aldenard trade routes. That ought to keep Lolorito occupied for a while. Nanamo Ulnamo. For my sake, pray be a good little Sultana to the last.
Captain Ilbert, I have a few questions for the Flame Marshal regarding the circumstances of his miraculous escape. When we have completed our interrogation, we shall take our findings directly to General Rabban, and then that shall be the end of it. Your work here is done, my friend. My thanks. But I have one last task for you. Return to the Rising Stone and apprise Minfilia of all that has happened. I'm aware the incident held Rolly in high regard. For better or worse, you will want to know how this tale ends. be honest, Mustang, I don't know how to actually answer that question. Star Citizen is technically an MMO, but it's not really like a... I'd compare this more to like WoW, World of Warcraft, Guild Wars, those kind of MMOs.
It's not quest-based. It's, for the lack of a better, grind-based progression. You're basically doing the same thing. The progression is your money with my ships and weaponry for those ships and stuff like that. Where in the traditional MMO, about doing best progressive story, meanwhile you're also building the strength of your character. There's both MMOs, just different types.
Plus, it gets a lot more chaotic. You should wait till you see like a 24-person dungeon. Also, I will be playing Dune, so that also. Oh, have you tried Dune yet, Mustang? I read an article today where they said they somehow broke it to where there's no sandworm in it. Which I'm not entirely sure how that happens.
Broke the sandworm?
Yeah, well, apparently it just doesn't exist currently.
That's a farce. The whole story revolved.
Welcome back, my friend. I have already received word from Alphino. To think that Flame Marshal Huayu was the Garlean agent. I know not what to say. Together with Robon, Eline lent us much-needed aid at the time of our Order's founding. She was particularly passionate about the need to tackle the primal threat. When we discussed the subject, her eyes fairly shone with determination. Whatever else she may have been, I choose to believe that it was her true self with whom I spoke then. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. I have an important announcement to make regarding our effort to defeat the Ascians. We shall begin as soon as everyone is assembled. My thanks for coming, friends. Moonbreeder, the floor is yours.
By now, I'm sure you're all familiar with white auracite, the miraculous material that'll allow us to capture Ascian souls.
Yes, we've heard of them.
Back at Snowcloak, we verified its ability to absorb vast amounts of ether. Alas, it leaves something to be desired in the area of stability. The stone can only store ether for a short while before expelling its contents.
In addition to auracite's inherent limitations, we must needs be wary of our enemy's strength. Our foe draweth upon an infinite wellspring of power. Even should we succeed in entrapping him, the stone will not long contain his wrath.
Meaning that, if we want to kill the swine, we'll have to be quick about it.
'Tis our belief that an Ascian soul may be permanently undone, if smitten by a sufficiently concentrated burst of pure ether.
The only trouble is, we can't say for sure how concentrated the burst needs to be. Without knowing how much ether an Ascian soul is composed of, we're basically guessing.
Our sole clue lieth in thy struggle with La Habrea.
During that encounter, Heidelin bid you forge what she called a Blade of Light, a weapon which took the form of a luminous stream of energy. Based on your description, we believe the blade with which you vanquished your foe was composed of ether. Admittedly, your victory proved ephemeral, as La Habrea was able to use a crystal of darkness to flee into the space that lies between our world and the void. The fact remains, however, that Heidelin placed the means to destroy the Ascians in your hands. Be that as it may, it would be unwise to assume that she will do the same when we next encounter such a foe.
Quite so, my lady. We must needs find the means to forge our own blade of ether, one to equal that which Heidelin did benevolently bestow upon her champion.
That is all well and good, but it seems to me that producing such a blade will require a prodigious quantity of ether. Whence will it come, pray tell?
Oh, what if we had 2 pieces of white auracite? One to trap the Ascian, and the other to store the ether for the blade.
Oh, nice try. But it's as I said, the stone won't hold ether for any length of time. We'd still need to collect the stuff there and then, sorry to say.
And therein lies the rub. Finding a way to create the blade whenever and wherever we choose.
It would seem more research is in order.
I'm going to linger a while, perform a few more tests on the aura site. And I could do with some help. Eorzea, why don't you lend me a hand?
Mine apologies, but I am required at the Waking Sands. Lady Minfilia hath given me sole charge of the premises. 'Twould be unseemly to leave them unattended.
Sole charge, you say? So you're basically alone there, then? Well, that settles it. I'll just have to come to you.
Sounds like she's not taking no for an answer.
While you were afield, word arrived from the Sharlayan motherland. You will recall that a survey party was dispatched to investigate the incident at the Isle of Val. What they discovered was troubling, to say the least. According to the report, the Isle has been erased from existence. 'Twas as if a hole had been torn in the very fabric of reality.
Aye, yet the mystery endeth not with the Isle's disappearance. It hath come to light that a number of scholars in various other locales were reported missing at a similar juncture.
What's more, they all had something in common with the head of the students of Baldessian. Every last one of them was researching a phenomenon called dimensional compression, or the rejoining as the ancient texts call it. I'll be damned if that's a coincidence.
All indications suggest Ascian involvement, but I sense that a force greater still is at work. The entity the Dark Beings call the One True God. We must pray that my dear friend Kryl regains consciousness soon. If she bore witness to the Isle of Val's final moments, she may be able to shed some light on this mystery.
Money.
Following the Calamity, the forces of the 14th Imperial Legion entrenched themselves in strategic locations across Eorzea. So swiftly did they accomplish this, it was suspected that they had received help. To think that it came from Huayu, my right hand.
I never would have pronounced that as Ryu. I have no clue how they got that from that.
There is more. We have reason to believe that Huayu didn't deal exclusively with the 14th. She also answered to a higher authority in Garlemald. But this higher authority could not have been the Emperor. By consenting to the Media Project, Solus Zos Galvus showed himself to be more concerned about preventing the spread of primal influence than claiming Eorzea for the Empire. He would happily have seen the lot reduced to ash. We believe a number of high-ranking figures within the royal household were against the decision, but that they knew better than to oppose the Emperor openly. Of course, this didn't prevent them from making clandestine provisions, in which Huayu played a part.
Alas, these provisions did not prevent Dalamud from falling, and the ensuing chaos changed the face of the realm forever. Yet Eorzea survived. To all intents and purposes, the Meteor Project had failed, and the Empire was left to rue its lack of a decisive means to eliminate the primals. Until, that is, it stumbled upon the Ultima weapon.
Even before the accursed thing was dug up, it seemed to me the 14th had the might to overwhelm our weakened armies. Yet they chose to hide behind their walls. Why?
The Black Wolf was wary of making the denizens of Eorzea desperate, lest more primals emerge to bleed the land. The discovery of the Ultima weapon, however, emboldened him to resume his war of conquest in earnest.
But there was one in Garlemald who believed that Van Belsar's actions were premature. One who stood higher in the Imperial Army's chain of command. He ordered the Legatus to halt his advance, only to find that the Black Wolf had slipped its leash, and that the 14th now acted alone. In a bid to bring Van Belsar to heel, he used the agent he had planted in Ul'dah prior to the Calamity to undermine the Legion's efforts.
A man who outranks Van Belsar, yet opposed the late Emperor's decision to annihilate Eorzea. This could only be the former High Legatus of the Garlean army, now known as Emperor Varus Zosgalvus. So he was Huayu's true master.
But one of several in actual fact. We've learned that even as Huayu served the Empire's interests, she sold Imperial secrets to a certain faction in Eorzea. In so doing, she helped to maintain the status quo, thus prolonging the conflict. Considering who stands to profit from war, it isn't hard to imagine who her other masters were.
7 hells! You mean to say that she was a double agent?
Huh, triple, if you consider her services to Van Belsar and the new Emperor as separate.
As neatly as these pieces seem to fit, one aspect of the puzzle remains unclear to me. By whose will was the Marshal feeding intelligence to the heretics? And try as I might, I fail to see how aiding their cause would profit either her Imperial or monetarist masters. Could it be that another hand is at work here? If so, Huayu must be made to reveal whose it is.
Not only have I lost a trusted friend, now I must interrogate her as a stranger.
Not a pleasant task, I grant you, but a necessary one. Unless we weed out the ivy, root, stalk, and stem, it will simply grow back.
I know that full well. Those closest to Huayu have already been detained, and I will question them alongside her.
General, pray keep in mind that there may be unwitting abettors among them.
All will be treated fairly. On that you have my word. Those who are innocent have no cause to fear.
You have ever been a friend of truth, General. I hope the unpleasant task of weeding out falsehood will not detain you too long. Though it be for the sake of Eorzea, doubting one's comrades is poison to the soul. And with that, I take my leave.
All these years, I've been made to dance to their tune. How could you, Huayu? How could you side with them? Those cankers who take from this land and give naught in return, who use their power to disempower and grow fat while the people starve. I know you can hear me, monetarist scum! Your crimes will not go unpunished! One day I will purge this land of your sickness! Before the eyes of the 12, I swear it! Ah!
I shall have no further need of you this day. Your Grace. I fear that not even mine own chambers shall remain private for long.
Has the situation grown so grim?
Ever since he proposed the Cardinal Reclamation Bill, Taleji Adeleji has risen to greater prominence upon the backs of impoverished refugees. The monetarists were ever united in their pursuit of profit, but the man's actions have torn a rift in their ranks. They snap at each other as rabid dogs. Yet now is not the time to be bickering among ourselves.
If this bickering is a threat to law and order, might you not have grounds to dissolve the Syndicate?
Would that the solution were so simple, Admiral. Alas, my moving to dissolve the Syndicate is certain to spark outrage among the influential merchant class, whom the Cabal represents. This would serve to exacerbate the current unrest, and peace would slip still further away. Be they rich or poor, natives or refugees, all who reside in Ul'dah have a right to pursue happiness. It is the duty of a ruler to protect this right. If I am to perform my duty, I must needs tread warily. It would not do to make enemies heedlessly. Were Lord Lolorito here, he would doubtless say that I have my head in the clouds.
A ruler is required to take a wide view. Try as we might to cater to all needs, some will inevitably be overlooked. As such, there shall ever be citizens who feel aggrieved. It cannot be helped. But as you have informed us, the monetarists take no view but their own. They hunger for power while the masses starve. In the absence of a common cause, it seems beyond any one individual to make Ul'dah whole.
And the presence of a Garlean agent within the Immortal Flames only makes matters worse. Even accounting for Ul'dah's historic reliance upon mercenaries, such a grievous breach of security is unprecedented. I fear this business will provide the monetarists with a rod to beat Rauban.
So I'll say it now, she definitely has the much better option when it comes to the food. She has all the desserts on that side. No one has the vegetables, they just threw that off to the side. Looks like this girl has like soup, and the main guy maybe has cake or something? I'm not sure what she's eating over there.
Eorzea can ill afford for the Immortal Flames to be dampened now. Ere long, the Garleans will turn their ravenous gaze toward our lands once more. If we are to resist their might, our nations must stand together. Yet for this to happen, our nations must be whole. Cannot be done to improve the situation in Ul'dah.
The true wealth of Ul'dah lies in the health, happiness, and hopes of her citizens. Alas, the citizens shall never know these things, so long as their lives are ruled by the ambitions of the few.
Alright, maybe it is all sweets, you're right.
The monetarists claim to represent the best interests of the people, but in sooth they desire only to manipulate them for their own selfish ends.
Although, the cake part looks fine, I don't know about this other stuff.
For the government to serve the people, it must be formed of the people. For Ul'dah to move forward, it is not only the Syndicate that must be dissolved.
Nay, you jest.
my friends, it was for no other reason than to make known to you mine intent that I requested your presence here. When I make my declaration to the people, chaos shall inevitably ensue. As the last monarch in the line of Ul, I make unto you this request. Help Roban to preserve order and protect the people. Forsake them, and you forsake yourselves. For a strong Eorzea will ever have need of a strong Ul'dah.
Your Grace, are you certain of this?
There is no other way.
What they're saying is now their next tea party is going to have a big giant gladiator dude sitting awkwardly on a table, having a cup of tea.
When the time is ripe, the nation shall become a true republic. Both royalists and monetarists shall cease to be. Ul'dah will no longer belong to kings or queens or merchant princes, but to her people. Roban, forgive me for casting aside all that you have toiled for in my name. Beyond this gesture, I am powerless to help my subjects.
The Dreams of Ice. Achievement unlocked. Oh, that's what you were talking about as the patch name. I'm most eager to address the ASEAN threat. However, we dare not neglect our pressing concern. We both know full well that Saint Shiva will not be the last primal we face, and our relations with Ishgard is tenuous at best. To think that the resolution of the primal threat was once the sole propriety of the Scions the Sun of Dawn, some days I wonder if it was wise for us to take on so many other responsibilities. Lest you forget the incident. The Scions need not shoulder the burden alone. We're not the Crystal Bearers established for this very reason. True, we are presented with a multitude of problems. However, we have all the resources we need to address them in return. Cretaceous, in particular, is ever a steadying hand who I trust to continue to support the Braves. To what we have the pleasure, have you been further developments regarding the situation in Ul'dah? As expected, the Immortal Flames have been struggling to cope with the revelation of the once the highest ranking officers of the Guardian Agent. Suffice to say, the Adelgi and his monstrous ilk have wasted no time in attempting to turn the situation to their advantage. Coupled with ongoing unrest, the Flames are finding themselves hard-pressed. Finally, General Ravan needs our help, and I will direct the Crystal Braves to offer what support we can. If I am to stay abreast of the latest developments in issuing effective orders, however, I cannot afford to waste time traveling back and forth. And so, for a foreseeable future, I would think it would be best if I were to remain in Ul'dah unless you have objections? None whatsoever. We have matters here well in hand. Lone Brida's research is proceeding as planned. So she tells me, though I am not familiar with the details. The Ranger is poring over his tombs at the Waking Sands, and others are contributing in their own ways. Last, the key problem, how to form an ethereal blade at will, remains unsolved. Nevertheless, it's still only a matter of time. Cretaceous, while I am focused on the task, perhaps you can assist Alfnod and his braves with theirs. We do much to restore faith in the mortal flames the Warrior of Light was seen working on their behalf. Never forget your esteemed status allows you to act in ways that those more tightly bound to organizations and nations cannot. As ever, I implore you to do so. Not that your response was ever in doubt, but I humbly thank you once more for aiding our cause. Now then, There are preparations I must attend to before departure, such as receiving Riol's latest report. He has proven to be quite skilled at gathering information others kept well secret, hence why I placed him under my direct command in order to investigate the Odin riots. When you are finished here, just join me outside. Depending on what he has to say, I may soon have a favor to ask you. If there are any other developments on our front, I shall inform you at once in the usual fashion. Hey, thanks so much for following. That was the perfect time for the quest accepted too. Alright, so we'll speak to Alfnod and then we'll go into the trial. What do you got for us, Alfnod? Real, sorry. Ah, so you won't tell us. Pleasure as always, Cretaceous. You'll be escorting the Commander Ulda, I take it. Actually, I had another task in mind for him. If you'd be so kind to repeat your report for his benefit. Right then. Me and mine been making inquiries into source of the weapons what found their way into refugees' hands waves back. So happens we caught a wind of something promising. Rather large purchase of sharp and pointy things backed by a black mucketeer holed up near High Bridge. I doubt this man would have secured such a quantity of weapons if he did not already have clients waiting, clients that, for whatever reason, would prefer for this transaction to remain a secret. Brings to mind that merchant who caught an arrow while taken to Cretaceous, don't it? Generous fellow, he was dueling out swords and spears to the downtrodden and disgruntled. Which isn't to say that these clients have the same mischief in mind, but if you want to be sure, it might be prudent to intervene before they collect their goods, savvy? Seizing the weapons before they fall into the wrong hands would be for the benefit of the best. However, if we strike at the appointed hour, we might capture the Black Musketeer as well as his clients. What do you say, Cretaceous? Sure. Then it is settled. Rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at Highbridge and intervene when the exchange takes place. Now then, if you would excuse me, I must leave for Ulda. I expect good tidings. Alright, so let's take a little magical golden ticket and see if we get lucky. What are you up to, Sniper? Are you in another dungeon?
No.
I don't know. Maybe. Put it on a possibly.
No, I won't be done this jumping.
And it turns out that all these blue class really bug me that I have them all over the place.
Only somebody had mentioned.
Well, they've been mentioned. No, well. What gave you that idea? Huh, weird.
I'd call it a guess.
It's not even who I was expecting. Okay, I guess I have Shivas? By thy Hyges, were the people of Quirthras spared certain doom at the hands of the Diform entity. Yet the missive we received from Lord Dillimrant's house in Dundiri speaketh true. 'Twould seem that the hard-won respite hath come and gone. Recovered from her wounds, the Lady Iceheart hath rejoined the struggle against Ishgard. Worse 'tis said that her disciples already laid claim to the hoard of crystals. A hoard of exceeding quantities, but recently wrestled from the caravans of House Hortemps. 'Tis all but certain that the heretic's mistress indeedeth do call upon Saint Shiva once more. And so once more must Azora's blade of light be brought to bear against the primal. None save hath might enough to defeat such a foe. 'Tis for the reason that Lord Dilmarth hath requested the presence at White Room Front. Pray hie thee thither with all haste. Yes, I need you for another trial. Well, ironically the same trial. Which I don't quite understand, because I thought it was supposed to be a different one.
That Rescuing a baby.
Rescuing a baby?
Rescuing a baby.
A baby dragon?
The human variety.
You're rescuing a human baby?
Rescuing a baby.
Welcome back, Nico. So, how did I skip the dungeon that you were talking about earlier? There was, why you gotta call me out on the name? Hold on. Nico was thinking that the striking tree would be the next extreme, but it seems like I skipped that and did Shiva extreme.
Yeah, striking tree?
No, which is weird because I got the striking tree dungeon way before I got the Shiva one. So I figured the striking tree would be before Shiva when it comes to extremes, but I guess not.
Why question it? That's the one you wanted.
Is it? My gratitude for your timely return, Cretaceous. Would you to be under better circumstances? Our efforts to contain the heretic threat in the western highlands beyond the Snowcloak have suffered a grievous setback. In order to support expeditions further afield, we sought to establish an outpost in the heretic's former fortress. Under guard, our craftsmen began the necessary improvements, and for a time, all proceedings as planned. The building work had scarce begun when Iceheart's minions descended upon the fortress from all directions. If I were to guess, I would say that they deliberated to delay their attacks until sufficient supplies had been delivered to their doorsteps. They're not to begrudge my men their decisions to flee. By all accounts, it would have been a slaughter, any survivors condemned to a fate worse than death at the hands of the leader. However, abandoned by our crystal shores, we have given their heretics the means to summon their Patreon saint. Beseech you, Cretaceous, slayer of the gods, and beastmen, who banished once before the demon who threaten us now. Lend us your strength, infiltrate Snowcloak, and put an end to the Iceheart's machinations. Thank you, friend. Though I pray you can stop her before she completes her ritual, I have faith in you to defeat Shiva should it come to that. Once of Sir Americ's temple knights awaits you at Snowcloak. He shall guide you through the secret tunnel to the Aetherite at the heart of the Heretic's fortifications, whence you gain entrance to the Iceheart Sanctuary as before. What now? Marketing notifications. Oh, for Twitch.
I'm not their parent, okay? They can buy their own damn stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how that works. It might be a toggle somewhere. Your internet's definitely getting worse compared to last night.
Said, are we doing this trial or what?
Yeah, I gotta talk to the people. It's an honor, sir. When you're ready, I shall lead you through the tunnels to the Aetherite. Should we not be in trouble by heretics or beasts along the way, so you may concentrate solely on the task at hand. May the Fury grant you strength to strike down the heathen with once and for all. Oops. Probably Paladin. Alright, it's a duty finder. I clicked on that a couple times. Well, apparently it's going to be nothing but fast.
10 minutes. We only have to do it the legit way once.
Yeah, legit way once, then we can go killing 3 to get the horse. So you said I need all the elements to get the rare horse or something?
probably wasn't excited, but
That makes sense. The Nightmare is so RNG compared to the rest.
all RNG. It's just that
Yeah, but the Nightmare is more RNG.
that's RNG.
You have less of a chance of getting it, so it's more RNG.
That's less.
Nico says it's easy to get.
No, I said it was easy to get.
I do remember him saying that, yes.
I just haven't felt the need to get it. I can hammer out Garuda fast enough.
We gotta do it with Ifrit to prove our worth.
No.
Yeah.
No, we don't.
What's wrong with Ifrit?
Ifrit has too many invulnerability states. It cuts down on the time between them.
What about the other one?
Garuda? Garuda doesn't have an invulnerability.
No, not Garuda, the other one.
Titan also has invulnerability.
Yeah, but everyone does it through Garuda. It's nothing special.
Oh shit, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Yep. There it goes.
How did you die?
I'm in a level 90-ish zone at level 50.
Yeah? Seems a little irresponsible.
Well, you know, I thought this was going to be as soon as we go. But I was wrong. A whole lot of people looking at. A whole lot of people looking.
Yeah, apparently. Cretaceous, my scouts have been keeping a close eye on the Black Musketeer, and it would seem that his guests have arrived. It would also seem that he has hired more than a few men to stand guard, common thugs and no coincidence, but nonetheless pose a threat. Even so, I feel compelled to apologize. This is far beneath a man of your standings. Commander Levere needed to dispatch you hither. But powerful men have need of loyal, able-bodied friends. Having found you in one, it is only natural that he would come to rely upon you without hesitation. Now then, we should make for the burning wall without delay and secure those weapons. The first unit will ensure that the clients do not escape. With me, Cretaceous. Just accepted. Well, good news is, since a longer queue time than normal. Oh my god, can you imagine how long this queue time would be on Materia? Yeah, me too. Very long while. Spy the man, but there are sure to be others. I had a plan. Well, you've approached the sentry, created a distraction. My men and I will slip past and catch the Black Musketeer unawares. Once you dispose of the thugs, wait for us outside the tunnel entrance. Any questions? Let us be off then. Good luck, friend. Hopefully your friend's done that black blade since about to die. Alright, maybe we took a little bit of unnecessary damage. This is our hired thug. That's who they want us to kill. Who goes there? An adventurer? You're damned fool. You shouldn't have come here. Still, you're what I'm supposed to run from? And that's what I'm saying. This whole time they had like everything like super. I guess it's. Well, he still looks kind of cheap. Bodyguard. Yeah, I killed everybody. You're the bodyguard? It's hard to make a Lala Bell look intimidating. Oh, so now this dude thinks he's all big and mighty. Next up on the chopping block. Was that it? Wait for Ailbird outside the tunnel entrance. I'm guessing this is going to be a solo mission part, so I probably won't be able to continue this, but I guess we can go back to our crafting room and keep crafting a random jump. Don't seem like the one I need. Hey, you're not Mr. Acid, my lady's most faithful companion. Sin, sir, at your service, and may I say what an honor it is to meet you. How goes it, the survey decks? My lady, it's a shame for me to say that I found no viable path to the fragments. Though it stands there before our eyes, the way hither thus far proven impassable. When the fragment fell on pierced lands, it caused a prodigious amount of aether to spew forth. Whence that grave rise to the land's twisted lay, and which seems destined to thwart our efforts. Even were and open to exist, I fear we would struggle to reach it. Do not give up. Keep trying. So near and yet so far, well, it avails us not to stand here and stare at things. Let us go away to Mordona and try other fragments. Perhaps Sinus has fared better. Aha! Upon the note, my lady, there's something I must tell you. I'm sorry to report that I lost contact with my brother just over a bell ago. As you know, the Singri shards are home to many fell creatures, ogres among them. But do not wish to cause you undue alarm. I fear something unspeakable might have happened to Dex. What? What did you? Give me strength! We must hurry to the assist aid, Cretaceous. Yeah, I'll think about it. I'll add it to my list. Let's go back to the tank clips. So do people not do extremes very often?
I feel like we got the other ones pretty...
That's because the other ones we did it unsynced.
No, we didn't. You insisted we did them the right way the first time. We did.
And yeah, it must just be this one. I don't remember the long queue times for the others.
I think the only people that are doing them, like us after the first time, they're just...
Really? They actually did a pretty good job designing this big glove. I have a feeling as soon as I click on this next thing, it's going to put me into something, so I guess I'll wait. How many world bosses are in the base game?
I like where but not that.
I'm new to Final Fantasy XIV. I'm having a hard time picking my starting job. I have a level 30 summoner, but Black Mage looks so cool. I'm leaning towards Red Mage at level 50. Should I grind summoner till 50 then switch, or should I try various classes? Well, I mean, honestly, this game gives you the freedom to just like pick and choose whatever class you want. Like, I have multiple. I do have a Black Mage, just so you're aware. They're powerful, but they do take a very long time to cast spells. And it basically just turns into casting fire and ice. With occasional lightning bolt.
There you go.
But they do get some pretty cool like flare moves and stuff like that. Which data center are you on?
Wrapped up another material.
Kind of partial. I like Blast Mage, but I haven't actually tried the Red Mage one. What?
Oh, finding Viper to be fun.
Well, you have to have the DLC for that. I assume, since they said they're new.
That's a blast pass.
What?
They from Goblin.
Oh.
My original started server.
Is Goblin the one that you were saying will probably have places that have housing?
Well, I don't know what it's like today, but back when I was there, it was like the lowest populated server data center.
In America.
Well, on Crystal, yeah.
So, I was talking to some of the people last night. One interesting thing is, servers that... What? Who?
Check the guy. Just out of curiosity, are you on the free trial or not?
The check sky or check ski? Rotter becomes warrior. Oh, you did buy it. Never mind, you do have access to all the classes. Well, the summoner is pretty good too. What are you expecting out of the game? Like, what do you find fun? If you don't like the caster, then I would recommend swapping. Good morning, I have a question that I am wondering if you can help with. Sure, what's your question? Warrior is the most broken tank in existence for solo play. I mean, the Paladin seems to be pretty good for solo play too. This game's going to do it. It's going to sit here and make me get bored to the point that I'm going to touch the destination. I'm going to get locked into something that is going to magically find people as soon as I do it.
Ah, I'm in the middle of a cutscene.
Oh god, you're in a cutscene? We're at the 12 minutes and the average wait time is 12 minutes, so hopefully your cutscene's short.
It's a good cutscene. It's got skin yawn.
Where is... Oh, it has access to too many self-heals. Ah, gotcha. I haven't really ran into too many issues with that.
My personal opinion, Summoner's perfectly fine if you first class, because also when you get to 30, you'll double as a healer, which is and now apparently they share an experience bar, so whichever one you raise, you're raising both at the same time. That's cool.
On a side note, but my other friend Nico has the exact answer you're looking for. Nico, this question's for you. I want to buy the collector's edition of the game, but I don't know if I can buy the complete collector's edition DLC later in the in-game store. Isn't that how you did it? Oh.
I both of them. Yeah, you can.
Like dungeons and ratings from other MMOs of all classes, I'm leaning towards Red Mage or Samurai for remaining. So if you're really into dungeons, just so, like, completely being transparent with you, if you happen to pick up a tank or a healer role, you'll be able to get queued much quicker. If you're that big into it.
The mod station has a special area literally just for upgrading to collector editions of what you got. They're usually like $20, I think. And they're $20.
Kind of an obscure way, but that's how you get to the Mog station, by the way. Hey, you're welcome.
Like I tell Acid, make your main job a DPS for doing all your questing. And then when you're ready to branch out to the other types like tank and healer, you can always just grow those up doing random dungeons. They level really fast that way. Something a DPS doesn't get because, unfortunately, they don't get to queue as fast as the other two job classes.
Reason to get the collector edition of Fat Chocobo. Yeah, no, that was his reason. That's what why he wanted it. I think you can go to all collector's editions. I think you go to the back and bottom all. Oh.
No, that's something.
Oh, also, just in case you didn't know, anyone can visit the Materia servers, but can't visit like a Japanese server. You can only visit Materia. So if you are wanting to play with an international person, you can meet up in Materia and you'll both be able to play without having to pay to transfer. Gonna do something till I can get the mount I want from an extreme. What extreme are you trying to do? Honestly amazed having a tank a healer isn't loading in quicker.
Big winter.
There's also a lot of discords for raid groups too, especially if you're trying to do like minimum item level or just proper synced. What?
They have a wind-up Godbird.
Do you have all language players enabled? Yeah, so in global chat it automatically translates to whatever your local language is. I don't... Yeah, it looks like America might be kind of hard to see that from, but when we're in Materia, anytime you see a chat message where it has like an arrow pointing down and an arrow pointing up, that means it's translated for your language. Oh, that's what you mean. I think so.
So, I mean, if we're interested in supplementing your... the only thing I really would recommend a new player looking at the cosmetic store, well, the Adventure Kit. It gives you a bottle of Fantasia, an umbrella, Aetherite, a couple of oats, but most of them will give you an earring. Will allow you to get more experience up to level 80.
On a side note, if you want to go the cheap route, if you're in a dead server, you get that experience all the way up to level 90 for free.
That's
Well, it stays constantly in Materia.
oh, great. I mean, if you want to pay.
Yeah, but it would stop the queue if I swap over to other languages now. This is a good point, though. I probably should always have that on.
People who pre-ordered Endwalker, I think.
Seems like a waste, because they'd probably be passed. Most people who got Endwalker, I assume, would probably be past the point of needing a ring to get to 90 or 80, when are they?
Well, I mean, yeah, it's not only for basic terrain. You have plenty of jobs that can do good experience.
Fear says, wait! So. Are you guys queuing for an extreme? Possibly.
Eventually, but not on Materia. And it's a good thing we waited that 10 minutes. I know what'll hurry it up. I have got to go to the bathroom.
Because we always do the extreme legit once, and then we farm it out a whole bunch to get them out afterwards. Oh, did you do that? We've done it with every single one so far. Yeah. You can ask Sniper.
No, Miro, don't Sniper just is, we're doing 7 lazy, so.
Really want to just touch the thing. Let me ask you. Yeah, that's the thing that pushes you off the map. I will admit, I usually do this with a DPS though, so I don't really have to take as big of a role. But now that I have a tank, it seems like it queues quicker with a tank, so that's why I always queue with the tank. Alright, fine. What can I toss out of my inventory?
Like I said, the hearing is a account bound, so if you ever make a character on another server or a new character, always happy.
Oh, so it works for jobs too.
Oh yeah. Well, no, it works for battle jobs. It doesn't. If you're thinking crafting, no.
I was thinking crafting. Hey, yeah, that's a very important thing to keep to the list.
Well, keep in mind, jobs in this game are classes. All right, I can't hold this in. All right.
Yeah, you better not ruin the queue.
Gotta go. I can't hold this.
What do you think, Nico? We're gonna find one? No way. Love the confidence that you're spewing. Let's see here. Sniper Nico, bless your hearts for going along with this.
I might have to go.
Why?
Like how it plays out.
Let's see here. Did that? Real convenient that popped up. Perfect. Exactly, snipers get it. You just go along with it. Although, I don't have access to the party finder, I don't think. Which, that's under duty, right? Yeah. Raid finder. It doesn't work. Oh. Then there we go. Nico, why weren't you the leader? Sniper disappeared. We'll get a group anyways. Just I don't think it's as infamous as what people are remembering, maybe. I can see that. World's ugliest hat. Man, I need 2 levels 4 anyways. Shall be back to go into the final trial of Stormblade. Oh, nice! Good luck and congratulations. We'll say this is the longest we've had to wait for Q, though. I'm pretty sure we did the other ones legit too, didn't we? I don't remember. We might have had a full group when we were doing it too, though. I guess that's a possibility. Yeah, we definitely did that for the mounts.
Sure.
The only thing is, as soon as we drop this party find, it's going to magically start messing up for us.
What?
So we're going to drop this party find, and then it's going to be like, oh, well, if you just waited 2 seconds, it would have worked. You don't think so? That's how this game always is. You don't think so? And it's got that, then... Perfect. We came to the conclusion that you probably will have to do a party find for us.
What do I have to do it?
Because Nico doesn't know how and I don't have access. We need a healer, a tank, and 3 DPS.
8 DPS, yeah, 3 DPS.
I can fill any of those.
I need lead, please.
Yep. Oops, wrong one. Registration's been withdrawn.
Oh, that's hard.
What just happened with you? Really not make a better hat. I guess that'd be for the Weaver role. Gathering. Gave it a sniper.
I don't care, I'm supposed to do.
What?
You have to turn into what you're gonna be.
Okay.
I do.
Okay.
A minute.
For some reason, it won't let us do it because he's a weaver.
Well, don't forget you're also supposed to be inviting Dravis to the party.
You met it?
Let's see here. Da-da-da. You did the party find already? You going in as a DPS, Travis?
I can.
I have no clue if it would be faster or not. I don't know if people always like queue with tanks and healers to do it quicker, or what the random chance would be.
Like this. Worst case scenario, I'll just change it for a tank.
Yeah. Ew, that'd be from a blacksmith. Okay. What was the extreme has 8 people or 6 people? Was it 8? I was gonna say we might be able just to brute force it with 4.
Level is Shiva again?
Yeah, it's somewhere around 50 years. Yeah. Oh, this is the first one that gives more poetics.
I'm pretty sure the problem is that we're trying to do it almost 40, right? Not exactly prime.
I'll go over to East Paladin. I'll go to Gunbreaker.
Have more than one paladin, can't you?
Do 2 tanks.
Or we can just go unsynced. How much time do you have, Sniper? So us swapping classes that mess up the party finder? Oh, I do have access to it.
Does not be the room.
What are you talking about?
Somebody doesn't have the quest for going to do Q Extreme, so we wouldn't be able to queue it.
Oh.
They dropped it, so I might leave my contract.
Oh, we know it's you.
And go back to the Walking Sands and speak to your ranger. Or Eorzea, however you want to say it. Let's see here. We all got disbanded. Trying to see if the Novice Network has some random people to do it.
You might not want to invite me if I'm not.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm gonna go see if I can get this done before you. Or, I mean, what we gotta do with them.
Let Gorianjay grab the quest and then go where he needs to be. On the guy.
I don't have to complete Shiva or anything, quest or anything.
I assume you already have.
You had to get.
Let's see about the DLC and skipped it. I don't know if that's possible. I guess it is a little late. Usually the Novice Network is a lot more active. Red chairs? What does lock duty mean? I just don't have it or something? Did lock duty? That just means I don't have it or something? And what is VNC?
I don't know.
Didn't know if that was like a acronym for like voice chat or something. So you completed the quest, Javos?
I thought I declined it earlier.
Put it as like.
Average wait time 10 minutes. That seems more likely.
what it was.
No. I'm sticking confident. It's gonna be 10 minutes or less.
Yeah, you're right.
So you said the lures, you only need one lure in this game? So even if your line breaks, you don't lose it though? Well, if it gets to the point where we're running out of time, you can unsync it and then we can at least run it. It might sometimes break off. Got the next little fisher. Now the lure can get a lot of normal fishies. Yeah, Nico, fishing definitely seems like the fastest job to level. Mainly because you don't, it's like a completely different log compared to the rest of the stuff. But if you're going into collect a realm of fishing, you probably need the other kinds of lures. I actually caught one of those rainbow fish earlier, Vero. It was pretty cool. I didn't know they did that in the deep sea missions. Fight that thing either. You said you gotta go soon, Sniper? You can do it unsynced if you want. Okay. Having fun when I work, Vera. Did you hear that, they picked someone else to voice Deadpool for the new Deadpool game coming out? The guy from How I Met Your Mother. You guess so? What was his name? The one who was like the dude who was into all the women on the show. This is definitely not working either.
Nolan North, huh?
That one to work?
You couldn't get Nolan North, huh?
Well, apparently Ryan Reynolds was very happy about someone else voicing his character.
Nolan North did it.
I think Deadpool was really that popular before that, though.
They're having Neil Patrick.
Is that the guy's name? There's a lot of weird things going on online lately, so I wasn't sure if that was the guy's name or not. But yeah, apparently that's who's voicing him.
Shit.
He's doing unsynced. Soup Kitchen. What game are you playing? There's a Soup Kitchen in this game too? Boss fight. I like the way it swaps over to the second pace. If we even hit second pace. Softy, how's it going? Good, how about you? See how long it actually takes us to get the mountain this way.
Hey, look.
Nothing good?
Oh, you get a
Ice rod, what? Really a true ice bracelet. I'm doing good, how about you? She said she dropped a horse at some point, Sniper? Still playing on Sipta? Oh, cool.
Are we doing it again?
Going for the horse. Got a lot to do. I forgot how fun it is. Oops. We just need Nico's rock, and we'll have it in like 2 drops. Yeah, we're doing a little bit of mount farming. We were trying to do it the legit way, and we just couldn't get anyone to group up this late at night. Or I consider synced more legit, at least. Oh, is that all you have to do? Okay. That time it died much quicker. It's only 1 second quicker, really. I got the copper last time, so what else can get it this time? Same exact rewards, though. How you doing this morning, Grumpy? Or afternoon, evening? Whatever time zone you're in. Do I need the fire, the ice, the water, the earth? What other horse for that rare one? Next time, take a dancer, they nuke ARR extremes for breakfast. Really? I don't think anyone in our group actually has a dancer class. Honestly, the rest of the group's much higher level than me, so we're able to kill it fairly quickly anyways. There we go, I got a cool blocking pose. Does not do the music justice to this way. Got a dagger that time. Oh, you brought your Pictomancer? lot of nothing. You got a Dark Knight arm if you wanted an ice sword.
Apparently I already have it.
Never mind, you have nothing. Let's see here, give me 1 second. Never mind. How many runs did it take you to get the nightmare, Nico? Nightmare's only drop from Ifrit, Garuda, or Titan. Yeah, we're going for the horse from this lady. Not the nightmare, but the ice one. Again. Dark Knight I should be able to get next when I get to Heavensward, right? Please. I think I officially only have one more patch to go to get there. Really? And yet again, nothing. I know.
Alright, y'all. Gotta go to bed.
See you later. Have a good night. So I don't see you. But don't die.
Yeah, you can get down to like a quarter of your health.
Well, I've been taking the hits for everybody else.
What's the point?
Do you have any of the horses yet, Jonas? And nothing yet again. That was the one I was needing though. I don't know where that. Oh, wait. I switched. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I grabbed my ice weapon for my paladin. I guess Mira was right. About 2 more streams to get to Heavensward then. I assume you have this one already, Nico? Yeah. Oh, you do have the special one. What kind of soundtrack does it have? I didn't know if you like knew the music or not.
No, I don't. No, I never used it.
Why?
I just wanted it.
Fair enough. Oh, you did, but
I put my big AoE down so I killed them. Why they all need some help there.
What do you play right now?
Brawl with them.
Think about trying that one out. Red Mage's Arm. Yeah, that's just for a normal horse. Imagine my luck for the nightmare, Nico.
Yeah, you need to have
got it? Nice! It didn't take too long. Sweet! Thank you! Are we going to keep running it so you can get it, Dravos, or what do you want?
Oh yeah, if you want to.
Let's see, here's some notes. It doesn't look too much different. It looks kind of cool though. Like the shield. Said, you ready? Was it like rock music, or how would you describe it, Nico?
Well, I was hoping
By the way, Dravos, are you turning off the server, or what are you planning on that?
well, I'm waiting to find out if you want to do Isla Sifta or not. It's like changing for that. Once you guys want.
Well, I meant since you were saying the other thing.
Oh yeah, I would stop this.
I meant the other thing that you messaged me today about.
Oh, that thing. It would probably come to an end. So.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Learn that Dune has PvE zones. Only other players can't turn to at all. Yeah, it's all split into different parts of the map.
I don't run it.
So, I mean, it was during the beta, but like when I did it, I didn't have a single person in the entire beta, like anywhere near me. Shiva. Well, nothing again. Oh, that's cool. So it spawns like wings or something, Nico? You say yeah, like all the horses do that. What, your horse doesn't? And nothing yet again. I think so. Grab the daggers from the rogue. Charlotte seems to be a pretty good healer. Alright guys, so that's going to do for today. If you can like and subscribe, I will see you guys in the next one. Thanks so much for sticking around. We'll definitely be back with more Final Fantasy. So if we're going to be playing during the week, we'll be doing training roles. Saturday we're going to be doing a raid night, and Sunday we'll be doing our story mode just like today. Thanks again for everyone who stuck around for the stream. I'll see you guys in the next one.